Hello, my name is Dallas, and I'm back with more Forspoken. Pick up where I left off in Chapter 7. So last time I just entered a new area that I had gained access to with Zip. And now I just gotta slowly make my way into this area to find a certain type of tree. So let's take a look at the map just to see what I can grab around here before I go straight for story. So it looks like there's a fountain nearby, a guild nearby, an archive and photo spot. So ideally I want to try to get as much of those as I can, because I think all the ones listed will help me in some way. Oop. I have to remember. Okay, square for that. Let's try the guild first to see if I can reach that, and then work my way around from there.
Yep.
Miss that. Can almost just barely reach the grapple. And I definitely need more of those, because if I get enough zips, then that no longer costs stamina. Made it to the guild. I also did check, and I'm about halfway through all the required lore items for one of the longer trophies. So I shouldn't need a whole lot of lore things left before getting the trophy for that. The other thing I need to do is to, at some point, take out.
Got it.
I need to take out an enemy who's bound with fire abilities.
So this is about Bob's Ballo stuff?
Looks like they were researching it here for some time.
New locations added. A guild way over there. Another guild over there that gives me a cloak. So that's going to be required later on. And there's apparently an enemy nearby.
This looks like the same stuff Bob was researching, right?
Who knows? He might even been involved. I'm fine.
Yep.
Feel like in close quarters, this is a little bit of a problem.
Okay. Okay.
Just breathe. You'll never hit anything otherwise.
Not helping.
I don't think they were bound, or they weren't bound long enough.
I don't.
Also, yeah, this seems like they're weak to rock magic, and that's the end of them.
Are you still with me, Frank?
I don't think I have enough points to change any spells up or upgrade. So I did forget which abilities I'm actually upgrading. It's already no zip. Oh, the super. So I need to defeat the final enemy in battle and use a bunch of damage. So 2 relatively easy missions.
Just up ahead. Just wait until you're ready.
Anything else up around here? My guess is no. There's a chest over there. But otherwise, nothing else.
Okay.
That went well.
You bet it did. That asshole's going nowhere.
So I do need to
Kinda guessed that already.
eventually get more perfect counters. And these might actually not be the worst for that.
Can't see a fucking thing.
Just breathe. It'll be over soon enough.
Get a free heal off of that.
Okay.
Fortunately, I've already wasted my opportunity to get a bind. Maybe I do this. I don't know what happened there. Did I get hit by something to interrupt it? Was that everybody? No.
Let me at him.
Ideally, I would like to wait for the spine just so I can lock in this kill. Because this is just an easy trophy that I will be very unlikely that I will do this naturally.
That's it.
Just a little bit more. Also, what if I just grab this? I don't think it counted because I think I knocked them out of the bind before I got the kill. Okay. New magic is available if I want to swap. I'm gonna go ahead and get level 3 of that. That'll be the next big group of spells I upgrade. At least once I'm done with these. And time to check the map. There's a couple chests around here. Otherwise, I could just fast travel back. I think I need to stop at the Belfry next. So I think I'll swing around to grab these 2 chests and then go for the Belfry and hit that story spot and see what they want me to do from there.
Looks like the coast is clear.
That's what
I
my
also
guess.
did figure out that in order to... Oop.
Yup.
The thing that I'm going to be required to get that I didn't remember is that there's a sewing kit, and that's what I need the old coins for. No bind yet. Didn't get any final hits, so there's one enemy behind me. Okay, there it is. Got the wildfire trophy, so that's one just random one out of the way for abilities. Precision counter seems to be the next one that I have to try to focus on because I don't do it a lot. Then I think all the other ones are log behind story. There's a grapple point over there that I don't need. There's apparently another chest on this cliff. It is one of the locked ones I need. Because I think these are going to be the ones that give me coins. I think I need 64 coins to get a sewing kit, and then everything else is optional. And these locked treasure chests almost always drop the coins.
Let's see. What do we got here?
See, I need to save up 64 of those and not spend any until I see the sewing kit come in the shop. Might actually be best if I go for the fount over here. I saw that random mana pool.
Yup. Woo.
Well, that worked out. I wonder if I could... just farm a couple of these.
Pray, stay with me.
Need to wait till I get one more stamina before I jump down, because that might just take me out.
Gotcha.
The advantage is ours.
Yup.
Pray, what's the matter?
Mess that up.
Can't fucking.
I think I used too much stamina.
Come on.
The problem here is they are too spread out. I need to get them closer together. I want to be able to do big area of effect that I can just win the fight. And I missed. Unless they ran into it, which they did not do.
What? Still not enough?
Focus, Pray.
And yeah, nothing else around here. At least nothing major.
Hey, you hear?
So where is that found from here? There's also apparently a photo spot on the way. So 2 things to grab. Destination reach, but I am in combat.
Yup.
Shit! I'm not hitting anywhere near as hard as I should.
Your strength has been sapped, I'm afraid.
Ah! Good night.
Get that health back. A little bit of magma.
Let me at him.
And they ran.
I can't keep you safe from harm forever, you know.
Why the hell not?
And I got him.
May not be at my best.
Let's find somewhere for you to put your feet up, shall we?
This'll be a good one.
One more for quest.
Nice.
And I think there's 50 in total, so that's 9. I don't remember if that's 9 in addition to the 6 I've gotten, or if that's 9 in total. Either way, that's another one out of the way. And I need all those. Also, a very big
Almost feels
tower
like it's
over there.
calling out to me.
Into the fountain. New spell learned. Climb even higher with multiple leaps in quick succession. Aim at the wall and then press that in midair. So basically I got an upgrade for my double jump when climbing walls. Meaning I'm going to assume that's a multiple thing. Where there's probably more of those, so I can get like 4 or 5 jumps. Now I kind of want to see what is the upgrade for these. It does not say. I have to get to a book before I can view it, because this one gave me more recovery rate and boosted purple magic, so I'm guessing that one's going to give me red magic and more stamina recovery. I guess I'll see what this is.
Not really, no.
Maybe I do this to give myself a free heal. So apparently an enemy around here that I was near. Is that the only enemy around here? Because if so, I should just super it for the finish. That was the last one. Was that the belfry? So, a free fast travel point way over here if I find out I missed something. Which gave me a view of a photo spot, a nail design which I'll need to do, stat increase, more belfry, more belfries. I think bridge is where I'm going for story, so I'll end up getting that on the way. Monument and another familiar. I will need those, but it looks like they're going to be farther in the area. So I guess next stop is to go there because that's probably closest and also notably out of the way from story.
Which means we gotta go all the way to the castle town, right?
If Prav doesn't find you before you can get there, yes.
I'm not fighting any more Tantas. Okay. Gotcha.
The advantage is ours.
Okay.
Get a few of these up.
Okay.
I guess I won't get a full charge of this before
Okay.
fight's over. Never mind. It's a little bit of a waste of a super, but I would rather get points for the side quests than worry about saving it for a fight I need. Because I'll definitely get it before I need it in a fight usually.
How far now?
Getting closer.
So over to the town.
Let me at it. Yeah.
Get a mine up there while they're all grouped together. Oop. No lasers. This feels like a better warm-up fight than the first one I started with. Love for Caucus. Thanks for stopping in. Oop. Get an attack on them, get a flower up. I did not play the demo.
This should do the trick.
Where's everybody? There's one. I don't think I can hit them with my super, so I need to just get rid of these two. And apparently that was all of them. Improves chances of landing a critical hit. How does that compare to this one? All spell damage 2% for... I think I want to go crit. Yeah, I can show you the map. Currently in the Water Garden area for the second Tanta. This is the maximum amount of zoom. Other than that. There was a treasure here.
Is it close?
Not really, no.
Anything else before I go? Yes, there is.
Looks like the coast is clear.
Let's not get careless.
I don't know if I've seen short violets before. Another chest over here. You spend over 15 hours on the demo. I will say, story-wise, it feels like this game's not super long, because I'm about halfway through in terms of story, after about 14 hours. Because I think there's 12 chapters, and then a post-game chapter, and I'm in chapter 7. Oh, looks like the town's cleared out. So where do I want to go next? There's a photo spot nearby. And a belfry over there, so I should probably grab those. And then I can see about fast traveling back to the main story path. I don't really open all the chests because the most I'll do is platinum trophy, so the only thing I really need is old coins, which tend to only really drop from the lock chests. So I'll grab chests if they happen to be nearby, but I don't worry about most of them. And that's 10 photos, so I can turn that in if I need it.
They'll certainly have plenty
There's the
to be
belfry.
excited about.
And so far I haven't hit anything in terms of crafting materials that I really need to worry about upgrades, so I don't worry about chests too much. Or map. Monument up at the top of the hill there. That's to turn in the quest. Archive over there. Another monument over there. Let me put a marker on that one to see how close that is. That is not too far off. What are the things near that? Stat increase and experience. I don't really need the fort. At least not right now. If I can grab the monument, that would be good, and then I'll fast travel. And apparently there's a bear.
Don't move!
That went well.
You bet it did. That asshole's going nowhere. There.
Flower didn't go out.
Just breathe, will you? You'll never hit anything otherwise.
Get the birds first. Apparently there's two bears.
Yup.
And super. Okay, got the last enemy for that one. Two more and then I get an upgrade. Thought there was a cave there. When a sprint, why not fired? I don't think I have that ability yet. The only ability that I have that boosts running right now is Sidle, which basically lets me sprint. Or lets me sprint if I get a perfectly timed X push when I land.
Just wait until you're ready.
I thought I overdid it.
Let me get heal. That's why not.
Yep. Can you just not?
Get a damage over time. Flower's not ready.
That's not doing much.
Oof.
Might want to try and avoid getting hit for a little while.
Oh, might I?
Yeah, story-wise, I haven't had fire super long. Like think I'm 2 chapters past where I got fire, and it still has a lot of upgrades to get. Didn't see if I got the bird, but let's just do this. Did not get the charge off in time.
Yeah. Ha!
Apparently I found a new enemy type, or I got one. I think that bird was a new one. Unless it counted those deer's late. When I sleep, does it respawn the enemies? I don't know. Personally, I haven't really had to backtrack to any areas.
You're mine.
And I don't really farm enemies. Because experience doesn't do much for me. And I have enough materials that they drop that I never have to worry about armor stuff.
Let me at 'em.
Grab the chest there.
It's just up
There's
ahead.
something up top. A bunch of little markers over there. I'm guessing just plants. A whole lot of them. What level am I at? I don't actually. Looks like 24. I've nearly maxed out the first skill tree. Speaking of which, kind of want more fire abilities. Feel like I don't have enough. You're up to level 51 on the demo. Or you are. I think in order to max out every spell, it's like 3,200 mana points. So levels don't feel like they make much of a dent in it. Let's grab one of those, get a mine up. Got the explosion.
That went well.
You bet it did. That asshole's going nowhere. Hey.
I missed one. They were too close. I'm playing on hard mode. Oop.
Just about.
Initially I had it set to normal because I didn't know what...
We need to find somewhere
I didn't understand the difficulty settings that they had. But then after I got to the main menu, it made it more clear. But I always try to play on hard mode when I can. Just because I think that gives me the most experience with whatever system they're trying. Don't need to go there. I do need to do that one. So I want to go for the monument, and then I want to go for that wisdom spot.
Hey, that's
3 more zips. I just opened up the map a little bit with a zip, but I don't know if I can go everywhere. There's some areas that I think I need an ability to get to. And I think I need more wall jumps to get to some areas, which are locked behind skill trees and fountains. There's a monument, and I need to mark the test there. I just want to go for that. So that is one of the required things.
Pray!
No.
Get a free heal, and we go. You need to go? No problem for the info, but thanks for stopping by. And time for combat challenge.
what the hell is this?
I'm not entirely sure. Careful now.
Look in the vision as ones for Devar. In order to keep people of Junon from danger, Frey will need to win back control of the fortress from the Broken, who have taken it over. Take out all enemies within the time limit. Easy enough.
Okay. Let me out. Yup.
This is gonna be a big boost for my quest. Halfway through the requirement. Oop. Is not ready for that. I thought I got all the ones over there.
Okay.
Get rid of that poison.
Okay. Yup.
I need maybe one of these.
Shit. Can't see a fucking thing.
Just breathe. It'll be over soon enough.
Get some magma. Actually didn't realize that the fire switch was still up, but those last for quite a while.
Nope, it's not working.
Okay.
Vulnerable to that. Get rid of a bunch of these. And pray that was the last enemy.
That went well.
Bet it did. That asshole's going nowhere.
Oof.
Just about.
Pull yourself together.
No.
That was rough. Don't know if I have what's good against those enemies. I didn't see if I was doing any boosted damage to them.
Okay.
Those are vulnerable to that.
Yup. Okay.
That went well.
You bet it did. That asshole's going nowhere.
Get that heal. Get another heal. Apparently it did save my progress from the quest.
Let me at him.
Did not get all the enemies of that though.
Still not enough.
Vapor spray.
Can't tell if the soldiers are any good. Oh, there's an enemy left. That's gonna cost me a lot of time that I didn't need. I'll get the finisher. And another group here.
Okay. Ha! Yup. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That explosion was quite good.
Not bad. If
Don't know if I'll get all the enemies here, but it's worth a shot. No. Got most of them, but missed a couple who happen to be around.
Nope, not working. Just about.
I think I need to play this safe. So I think those brutes are a little bit too much. Didn't realize they had it ranged.
You hear me, friend?
I almost think I should save my super for that, but I also think they're resistant to it.
Let me at it. Ha! Okay. Ha!
I think overall the start's not bad, but could definitely be better.
Yeah. Ooh. Ah. Gotcha.
The advantage is ours.
This won't get all of them, but it will finish up my quest. If it hasn't already.
That's it.
Just breathe, will you? You'll never hit anything otherwise.
Not helping.
Rockwave will probably help there. It was just close enough for that one. There's one over there.
Ha! 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 Yup. Ha!
There's a nice big area of effect there.
I would if I could.
I am out of stamina, so I do need to be careful.
Yup.
Say that one took longer than it probably needed to.
Come on.
It seems like most of the groups are really easy, other than the very last one. Unless I can guarantee I'm going to be getting the last hit, I think I should just hold off on my super. there's not much reason for me to use it. It gets rid of this group really fast, but I think it'll be better on the next group.
Yep.
Okay, last group.
Nope, not working.
That one hit pretty much just takes me out.
No. No.
There we go again. Maybe I need to build up fire for that one. So fire super might be more effective. It seems like the other one I did not do a lot.
Okay. Yep.
Oh, come on! Let me at him.
Yep.
Does that make things? That went well.
You bet it did. That asshole's going nowhere.
Huh.
Let's go ahead and do this, because I think that a lot of them will run into it.
Okay.
Didn't get any kills there. At least not for those two. Thought they had lower health. Just one random zombie.
Yep.
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already.
Okay. Woo. Yep.
Don't really get the mid-air for that one very much. Okay, next group. If I can save up another fire, I should be good.
Nope, not working.
Okay, there's another fire.
Okay. Come on.
I don't know if this will hit all of them, but it might come close.
Not helping.
Nope, missed one.
Hey.
Make that like 3. And there's the last group.
Woo.
Get a bind ready for the fire move. Okay, didn't get put in the critical state, which is a good start.
Why the hell not? That's not doing much.
Okay, that's critical state.
Just about.
Man, those guys are rough.
Frank, can you hear me, Frank?
I feel like one of them wouldn't be bad, but 3 of them is a little bit too much. Oh, we try again. If I was really in a pinch, I could. Don't know why I swapped that one.
Yep.
I could see if there's any level ups.
Gotcha.
The advantage is ours.
Some of them are weak to fire that I just learned.
Woo. Let me at 'em. Cool.
Poison was hurting.
Okay.
I have no big abilities up.
Woo. Yep. Yeah.
Try to get these 4. I think I'm gonna miss at least 1. There's over there. I think they're just weak to all magic, it seems like.
That kind of magic requires more range.
I guessed that already. Need an assist.
I think if I buff spears, this whole section might be easier. I think I need those to be generally doing more damage. They're not super strong with a 1 buff. That's a waste. Already got him.
Okay. Huh. Okay.
This might get a lot of them. But not all of them. thinking if it doesn't matter. Oof. I have no dodge.
I can't keep you safe from harm forever, you know.
Why the hell not?
The other problem with these, I think, is that
Just about.
it's not
Yep.
purely a case where
Come on.
it's an issue with resistances. It's also a case where
This should do the trick.
the only ability I have that's effective makes me go into melee, which is where they're strongest.
All right. That's not doing much. Ha!
Like if it was just a case where they're resistant, but I had a ranged move for them, this wouldn't be as bad. But I'm almost forced to go in with most of my abilities except the charge, which I don't have super buffed.
How many we got left?
Not many.
Whew. Ha! That's it.
Put yourself together.
And a boulder.
Oh, no.
Man, this fight's rough. I feel like I just need more fire before I can do this one. I need more things to fight at range, because even if I manage to win with my current set, it's not going to be getting any major bonuses. I think I just gotta hold off on this one until I get more levels. So I think the next best move will be, since I don't really need any of those. Also, since I've already started, I can just access it from anywhere on the map, which I did forget about. I think I want to go for that refuge and that photo spot, and then I'll fast travel from there.
Pray, stay with me.
Damn it.
Almost made it to the photo spot. It is nice that as long as I start the challenge, I can just grab it anywhere on the map, and I did forget about that. So yeah, that one I think I just need either a different type of magic or I need more for my current magic.
Yup.
Also, I need to just turn in this level up. Which might have helped a little bit, but probably a very small amount. Because that's just boost damage for alt, which was nearly one-shotting them,
Upward and upward.
assuming I hit everybody.
Yup.
It also did give me a little bit of an idea of how much more I need, though. Because that means if I kill this enemy with the super for phrase magic,
Yup.
then I'll be done with all but one quest.
That went well.
You bet it did. That
I
asshole.
think I'm not gonna... There it is. And I got it. Okay, so now I just need to do 3 more zips, and then I'll get a whole new set of upgrades, which, as I said before, will probably go to my fire sword.
You've certainly picked up some nice little tricks.
This'll be a good one.
Okay, 11 photos. I don't remember. I still don't remember if it's 11 in total or just 11 is what I'm at.
Certainly have plenty to be excited about.
Gonna skip those enemies because I don't really need them. Apparently is a camp over there.
Damn.
I did run out of stamina.
And that
I'll go
is
ahead and
how
do
it's
this
done.
group.
Okay. Ha! Okay. Okay.
Oop.
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already.
And I need to not be in this group, ideally. I think the thing I dislike about fire is that even though I guess melee is kind of the point, but when I need range, it's not easy to go into range if I also need to dodge. Because it almost makes me do a melee before I can do a range if I was in the middle of a dodge. I think that's the thing that's really messing me up for that challenge. Because those are enemies who are very strong in melee.
That's it.
They're resistant to my purely ranged attacks.
Good night. Ugh.
And I got it.
Not a bad haul.
I suppose things must float down here from farther upstream.
Let's come again sometime. Might find some more.
Items often collect at the foot of this waterfall. Having been washed downstream, it's worth stopping by once in a while to see what you can scavenge. Got a magic boost.
Looks like the coast is clear.
Let's not get careless.
Another feather. Now, I think I just need to turn in these 3 quests after I slot the magic from them. Remove stamina cost entirely and boost red magic. I guess I already grabbed that one, I just kind of forgot.
You can call me Super Frey. Ha!
See, I'm guessing that this one is just like, if I feel like I'm running really low on resources, I can come to this spot in particular and possibly find other things I might not have. Which is a very weird, random thing to find. Make sure I get all the potions before I craft a bunch. Not that I'm worried about resources at all. Boosting red magic might not be the worst. That was quite a bit of red magic buffs. And new quests.
What are we in the mood for today?
So I want to be the most efficient. I'm going to grab these three. Build up power and damage. Hit 3 or more with a single strike. Defeat the final enemy in a battle.
Alright, let's get on with it.
So basically if I AoE a bunch of enemies with that attack fully charged, and take them out, then I'm getting credit for all 3. And it seems like there's nothing else here, so now where do I want to go on the map? There's Flotsam and Jetsam there. I don't know if there's an easy way for me to get back to the top of this mountain. Because if I were to get to the top, I could go for a monument. Don't really need archive. There is another trial over there and a stat buff over there. I think I want to go for those. Because I need that one, and then I'll do that one. Gonna want to put AB fire on for now. Since I'm really trying to get fire talents, I should definitely not skip any random magic spots. Seems like there's going to be no problems reaching the monument. I need to not be in that one.
Magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already.
Come on.
Oh, come on! Ha! Ugh. Come on! Let me at him.
Let me get rid of that poison.
There.
Is there another enemy, or was that all of them?
Yeah.
There's apparently another bird. I would really appreciate it if the bird would come down. Just for a little bit. Okay, a quarter of the way through one. 2 bits of credit for another, and 1 bit of credit for another.
I'm sensing something.
And from one fight, that's not too bad. +5 defense, which might directly help with the one challenge that I was having problems with, but probably not enough to get through it. I can skip all the mutants. So apparently I did run out of magic, or stamina.
It's just up ahead.
Uh-huh.
Okay, another Monument to Wisdom.
What the hell is this?
I'm not entirely sure. Careful now.
We're gonna vigilance on Shepherd's Meadow in order to keep nearby citizens from danger. Frail will need to fight back a horde of marauding broken. Take out all enemies within the time limit.
Okay. Yep.
I think I just want to go for speed here, because these seem like relatively easy enemies. And I would rather get the challenge done than worry too much about
Anything otherwise?
Not helping.
other when I'm in like a situation like that where I can just easily hit all of them.
Okay.
They all happen to run into the super.
Yep. Okay. Let me at it.
I want to go maybe one of these.
Gotta be careful. Huh. Yep.
Get a mine up, so I can do that. And I got a new archive entry.
Looks like the coast is clear.
Let's not get careless.
do this to get rid of most of them.
That's not doing much.
And I got him.
Are you still with me, Frey?
This isn't over.
Got all 5. Got it first try, with a little bit of points to spare. That's much better than the other one, and I even got a bunch of credit for my quests. Not enough to finish any of it up. Halfway through that one, over halfway through that one, and 2 out of 5 for that one. So now I need to figure out where I want to go next. I feel like I should get the fast travel there, grab the nail design. And then my options are either grab one more fast travel point just to keep that trend going, or go back for story. It feels like there's a lot less mana pools that I'm running into, but maybe I'm just not seeing them.
It's just up ahead.
Uh-huh.
There's like another belfry over there if I need another fast travel spot. Take a free buff.
Another Partha.
A common find, apparently.
Boost
Guess it's my lucky
attacking
day.
abilities to the max.
All right.
I wonder if that would carry over into the challenge, or does the challenge remove the buff? New locations added. A random refuge way over there. I don't really need to worry about for now. I think I'm full on potions and health, so I can just leave. I got the fast travel point unlocked. And I definitely want that nail design, because I know I need all those.
Yep. Okay. Ha!
That is a lot of airborne enemies.
Well, this is bad.
Fuck, 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 fuck!
Didn't see what hit me. Apparently there's an enemy behind. have some kind of orb attack?
Yep.
Where did they go? Okay, they're over there. Did I accidentally get rid of the enemy who's in the cave? Nail design said it symbolizes sadness. Solitude increases damage inflicted the lower the health becomes. Absolutely not. I'm at 62 points for magic. Ideally, I want to save up for Amplify, because I think that'll be the biggest upgrade I could get. Although buffing the super might not be the worst. I haven't been building into defense boosting stuff, because I don't know if it's any good. I think it might be best if I grab this fast travel point, just so it's a little bit farther out. It's not super far away. So another free 4 points. See, I think I'll save up for Amplify, and then I'll really commit to getting more fire abilities. A guild over there. It would only give me Archive, which I do need, but I don't think I need nearly enough to commit to going there. Because there's no fast travel point on the way, and that is giving me the name of another area, so I may have to go by here anyway. So I think the best move in terms of progress would be to pivot back to near where the story left off. Unless I want to grab the stuff up on that mountain there, which might not be the worst. Let me see if I can get up that mountain. I should probably mark this. I don't really need to clear the enemies out of the cave. I did also get another jump. Okay, yeah, so I only get 2 jumps there, which is not nearly enough to climb up. Meaning I'm probably... Actually, there's a zipline spot. And I did notice that the color changed, so I'm going to assume that every type of magic will give me 1 more jump. We're gonna make sure I grab these before I go too far. Because I need like 140 points, I think it was. There's no reason to be skipping any. And that's just for one ability. That will give me an immediate huge boost. Let me upgrade my armor. New location added. Another refuge. One I've already been to. I am down a little bit of health, so might as well. Just to top it off. Okay, done. And I'll top off my potions, see if I got enough ingredients to make any bags, and then we go. I did get enough for more medicine. I doubt I got anything for upgrades, but might as well check. I did get stuff for upgrades. So whatever that tall item was directly lets me upgrade both kinds of magic right now. There was more stuff I needed up here. I mean, the cave's on the way, so I might as well, even though it's not a huge important spot.
Yeah. Okay.
Ideally, I want to get rid of these birds. That was quicker than I thought. I was actually hoping to get another finish with the fire sword there, but all the enemies did make it.
Nearly there, right?
Yes, very nearly.
Looks like the coast is clear.
No treasures around here. Remove the marker. So 3 points of interest, all of which I need.
Let's not get careless.
I need photo. I need the familiar. And I need the monument. Need to just land on that. Let me interact with the photo spot. I'm guessing I need to be standing on the rock.
Gotta get a good angle.
Okay, 12 now.
Can't wait to show this to the kids.
They'll certainly have plenty to be excited about.
One treasure chest down the way. There is a necklace there. I need to do those ruins. There's 3.
Yup.
And got the last enemy. And a lock chest. Exactly the kind I'm looking for.
Let's see. What do we got here?
Another single old coin.
Woo! Yeah.
Let me at him.
Okay, that was not the last enemy. I don't think there's an easy way for me to get the last enemy on this. I'm just gonna blast that one.
Nope, not working.
Is the last one. There's only one melee enemy who's left, or who could possibly be last. Hopefully this is the last one. And I got him. I need to finish one more fight with that sweep. And if I hit 3 more enemies, I think 3 more times, that should clear up everything. Treasure. That is a lot of enemies, all running at once.
Oh, come on. Ha!
Okay, let's just get mine up and then do this to try to get rid of all of them. If any are left, I'll finish them off with the fire sword.
Yup.
That was apparently a lethal hit.
And I'm back.
Yeah, they are resistant to fire, so I think I need to just not do that. As nice as it would be to finish up the quest, unless I can get them low enough that I can win with like a single hit. And I got him. So that should have been... Apparently it didn't count that last swing. I'm guessing because it went to a cutscene. But that's 2 more done. Boosted red magic. Boost damage, boost red magic. Yeah, I didn't count that one.
Do I look stronger? Because I definitely feel stronger. Let's see. What do we got?
Necklace assigned a gift to the Tanta Olas. Increase the effects of Olas' signature green magic.
Hell yeah.
I guess I got a necklace for a magic type I don't have yet.
Looks like the coast is clear.
Let's not get careless.
1 treasure left, and then I can go. Let's go leech to heal my health. And there's the familiar statue. Was there anything else before I commit to that? Yes, there is. There's an archive entry if I want to do that, but I don't think I should. Is there even any way for me to get this monument? I don't think there is, unless there's a nearby point that I can climb up to zip over to. Which would be very iffy at best. Yeah, I think this one is inaccessible. There's no grapple points, and even if I were to make a zip jump work, I don't think I can get enough to get 3 jumps to the top.
Something's there. What should we do?
Pretend we didn't notice.
So, hopefully...
This should do the trick.
Oh, that was a waste. I was gonna try to get the finisher on them. Bomb flux. Easy familiar to get though. No fancy grapple maneuvers. Just gotta sneak up. And I got him.
You're no Homer, but you're pretty damn cute.
These creatures are rather easily swayed, aren't they?
Lay, one of Tantala's familiars. It can usually be found zipping around Vesoria, seemingly uncowed by the break. Let's put Lay in charge of curating the Cognizant's extensive natural history collection. In one of his trips into the field to gather a particularly rare insect, he chased it for so long and over such a great distance that he thoroughly lost his bearings. Cognizance ended up sending a special unit out to find him. I think that's 3 familiars. I need, I think, 20 in total. But another one off the list. Gonna go ahead and remove that mark because I can't do that. If I want to continue with story, I need to go back there, but I think I want to turn in this side quest to see how many for the next one. Part of me also kind of wants to grab that monument that's right by the city. I feel like I should be able to reach that one, but I can't say for certain. So I want to say I got up there at a nearby mountain, but I don't know if I got to that specific one. I will say this does feel like the most side quest heavy one I started off with in terms of finishing stuff up. But I think it's because now that I have more access to everything, I kind of want to get as many check marks done as I can. Because first it felt like everything was locked off, and now it feels like it's open up enough that I should be exploring. Let's send this in.
Oh, it's you! Did you bring us lots of pictures?
Sure did. Here you go.
Oh, that's amazing! Is that really what it looks like out there?
I want to see more. Please. Please.
Okay, I gotcha. I'll be back with more pictures later.
I use vivid filter, pastel filter. No experience buffs though. And apparently 20 is the next turn in. Yeah, there's 2 monument, make that 3 monuments just outside the city here. And I would like to get most, if not all of them. In fact, I'm going to just go ahead and mark these. I will skip that ruin there. I don't think I realized that I almost circled all the way back around to the city. And there's a zip line up there, so I can definitely reach the top of that mountain. Didn't realize that was gonna launch me off into a way with no way to get back up. At least I'll get these 3 on here. Like, I thought the grapple point up there implied that I should be able to reach it, but not seeing an actual way up there.
Hostile presence. Be on your guard.
Yeah, stay frosty. Got it.
I don't wanna try to go for some perfect breaks. Or perfect counters. This one. So I need to do 10 of these before the end of the game. And I've done 1 since I've learned this was a mechanic. Apparently that's not a precision when I need to do it. Better timing. I wonder if there's any punishment for mashing it. I think there is. I think I have to time it exactly.
I can't keep you safe from harm forever, you know.
Why the hell not?
That's close enough.
Too late. Also too late. And I don't think I can use it on those ones. I think I'll go for the finish
Satisfactory work.
and finish up that quest. Arc Slice is fully boosted. I don't think I realize I unlocked that.
You can call me Super Frank.
Okay, so that's how I get that one.
Okay. Ah, my eyes.
Please tell me you're all right.
Getting kind of sore.
And I got it. Monument over there. Where's the monument that's near here? 700 feet that way. I think I can reach this one because it's high enough for me to zip over. little bit more health. Two more destination spots on the way. And anything else on the map? Not really. There's some random chest dots, but nothing I feel like I need to worry about. And I guess I can take a peek. Buildings are the ones that I think catch my attention more because I assume it's a locked door.
Yup. Ha! Let me at 'em.
And locked doors I think also give me more chances for the ones I need.
Okay. Gotcha.
The advantages are
Yeah.
you're nearly out.
Okay, that works. So I didn't think there was going to be an enemy inside. There's 2 old coins there. And nothing
How
else.
far now?
But that's what I wanted. But now for the monument. I didn't see how many coins I was at, but I know I'm way less than the 64-ish I need.
Pray, stay with me.
Damn it. Okay.
Just take that heal and maybe run. So actually,
What? Still not enough?
Focus, Pray.
I got the explosion I wanted.
Yup.
Oh, where's that monument? The monument is up there. Is there any way up there, or is this locked? Sort of seems like it's locked. Like, best case scenario, I can jump off this mountain and maybe zip to it. But that is quite a leap. Yeah, that seems pretty locked off. Unless there's a zip on one random side of it that I can't see. Looks like a definite no. So can't do that one. There is a building here with a chest, so I'm going to assume it's a locked door.
Yeah.
That was a lot of damage for that hit. And it's not a locked door.
Looks like the coast is clear.
Let's not get careless.
See, only one more monument spot to check, and then I'll go vaguely near story. Another chest that doesn't do much for me. Already maxed on firewood. The monument is over that way. I grabbed these random magic points and then head for the monument. Think about 30 or so until I get... I just need to unmark that one because I can't do it. And I guess before I dive down the mountain, anything up here that I should be aware of. There is another monument above the waterfall that I did see earlier. That one I can see is very clearly elevated, so it might not do me any good. I think I might have skipped past a magic point, but I don't feel like going back.
Yeah, stay frosty. Got it.
Is that a mutant? I actually don't know. It is a named enemy, but I don't know how important that is.
Yep.
It might have not even been a named enemy, it might have just been a regular enemy who happened to be wandering around. Yeah, another case where... Don't think I can zip over there, but I might be able to jump. Okay, made it. And that's not the one I needed, but there is a zip right by it. This one I think I can reach. feel like there's definitely an easier way, though.
Something's there. What shall we do?
To pretend we didn't notice.
Right, I got a little bit stuck there. Okay, there's just a staircase here. Right, I'd gotten high enough, and then would have needed another trick to get up.
Huh.
Another monument. I think I'll get healing effects is not too bad because I am starting to... My potions are falling a bit behind my actual health.
Pray!
Okay, one more monument. That'll be most of the ones. That I have immediate access to. Big bear.
Yup. Yup. Woo. Yeah.
I am out of heals. Need to probably not do this fight. Because I will definitely die trying to do this. Avoided the fall damage. That is a locked chest. Kinda hate it.
This should do the trick. Let me at it.
Get some health back there.
That's not doing much.
That went well.
You bet it did. That asshole's going nowhere.
Get some fire there.
I may not be able to protect you as well as I usually do.
Great. That's all I need. Come on.
Okay, got one.
Don't move.
I'm fine.
Hey, I saw that coming. Couldn't really do anything about it. Because I was stuck at an animation.
Nope, not working. Huh.
Did not get hit by that. that will lose me the fight.
Need an assist.
You are alive, aren't you? Take that as instead.
I should definitely get more spears, but I still think going for armor is going to be better. Just do that.
We need to find somewhere safe. Now.
That unfortunate moment when I see a locked chest and I realize that I have to commit to this fight.
Let's see. What do we got here?
12 coins on me, so quite a few left. I'm just gonna use Leech to slowly heal. Think I can reach this one, if just barely. Maybe not. 3 jumps might be enough. This looks dicey. I think if I do a zip at the end, I can make it. Or it'll just let me have it. More healing effects. So that should be effectively everything major around here. Like there might be some random stuff somewhere that I could use, but not too worried about it. So back to the refuge here to refill potions and heal up. I'll go to the Belfry first to get more map. And then I'll continue with the story. Also, I do need to start more quests for magic, because I did use up all the ones I had.
It's about time you learned something new.
Use sword 10 times, that's a real easy one. Leap over enemies and attack from midair, I've been doing that almost by accident. Defeat enemies that are vulnerable to magic. Defeat 5 enemies. Soldiers are stronger, sounds nice.
Let's see how this goes.
My phone is going off. I will be right back to make sure it's not spam. Potions. Buff counters expend less stamina, can now be crafted and upgraded. Precision counters expend less stamina, can be crafted. Don't want either of those, so I almost never use them anyway, other than for this one trophy where I have to use them. I should probably check my gear again. It's gonna be nice when I can upgrade the cloak, actually. So first I need to go to this tower. How much more did I need for magic to get the new ability? 22 points. Bunch of enemies there that I don't really need to fight. There's a wisdom over there. There's a monument over there that I think I can only reach from the other side. There's a photo spot way over there that looks like a major hassle. So I think I'm just gonna commit to story for the bridge.
Is it close?
Not really, no.
Gonna snag that and be on my way. Okay, so specifically I have to use the double jump that does the fire.
They're Prav's minions, and they don't look like they're keen to let us through.
Guess we're just gonna have to be extra persuasive. Okay. Let me at 'em.
This is water magic. I think I need to wait until the fire soldiers take out an enemy. Before it'll count and make them stronger. So I'm not getting credit just taking out enemies. They're like one hit. Leap over enemies and attack from midair.
Just breathe, will you? You'll never hit anything otherwise.
Not helping.
Hoping one of my soldiers actually kills somebody. Because I do also have to upgrade every ability. Okay, got one. hope that the two of them can get the... Never mind. Catch one up. Ideally, whittle this one down enough that they can land a finisher. Or I guess that's not happening. I feel like this one I really have to plan out unless I just boost fire so much that they do crazy amounts of damage without being buffed. But in this case, it seems more likely either I'm going to get it at random fighting an enemy, or I have to set it up like this. And I would rather get the setup, just to get out of the way. Dude. Not super worried about grade, because again, levels... Unless levels give stat boosts, it seems like there's not a whole lot of reason to worry about grades. I haven't been able to figure out what they actually give me, other than points.
Just wait until you're ready.
There we go.
Ugh, I thought I overdid it.
I think it didn't count because it went to a cutscene.
Oh boy. Don't tell me. This one's even worse than the rest?
I'm afraid so. You might want to keep an eye on those scales.
Yeah, not getting a good feeling about this. Okay.
That's it.
It appears to be weighing its next move.
Let me at it.
8 hits there. And I got him.
Is it close?
Not really, no.
I did get a level up. I just kind of want to see what this is while I'm here. Yep, and that is a lock chest.
Okay. Yup. Huh. Yup. Yup. Huh. That's not doing much.
That went well.
You said it did. That asshole's going nowhere.
Almost got enough for midair.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
I think that's not all of them. Yeah, they only do like 20 damage, which relatively speaking, is not a lot.
Yep.
They are not super fast. This is probably the worst enemy to try to do this setup on. Unless I can trick the enemy to going for them. Yeah, that's not happening, so I'll just win the fight. And there should be more coins.
Let's see. What do we got here?
I think I might have... It doesn't seem like there's an easy way back up, so I'll just fast travel over. There we go. So what's in this one? Treasure chest up there. Board up there that doesn't do much for me. And outpost that I need to do.
Might want to try and avoid getting hit for a little while.
Oh, might I? There.
Flower really just got rid of everybody. 4 more points until I can buff armor. Make that 3. And just regular chest. Yeah, the fort's up there. But I only need to do the outpost. Everything else I can just kind of skip. Outpost is over there. Let me do that. So I guess like experience. Just gonna skip and do this. And I guess I can grab this.
Well, Frey?
Guess it's my luck.
Boost defense to the max.
What the hell is this?
I'm not entirely sure. Careful now.
Yeah, I think my... If citizens are attacking monsters, if they all die, you fail the challenge. The more citizens you save, the higher your score. Division that was once for Emin. Agreements protect those who have taken shelter inside the fortress from the broken onslaught for as long as it lasts. Keep the refugees safe. Three refugees. All the enemies are coming from one away.
Okay. Yep.
That went well.
You
I feel like they're gonna throw either one big enemy or this is gonna be the easiest challenge.
Let me at him.
Oh, they're over there.
Looks like the coast is clear.
Let's not get careless.
There is more than one entrance.
Okay.
That kind of battle requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already. Woo. Okay. Shit. Can't see a fucking thing.
Just breathe. It'll be over soon enough.
Oh, so that's everybody there. Another big group coming in over here.
Okay. What? Still not enough?
Focus, Ray.
Yeah.
Got a little bit dicey just because those are fast enemies all of a sudden. I'm guessing one big wave and then that'll be it.
Hey. Nope, not working.
There is a big one over there. And I got it. Someone just went flying. And I got all 5. Probably because I saved every refugee. I imagine losing one causes it to lose the perfect. I don't even need to get all 5, but that does mean that I got enough mana to grab this. So now every point after this, I'm going to put into spear, because I need a ranged fire attack. There is just kind of a photo spot off to the west, and a monument off to the east. Problem is, there's no easy way to fast travel back here. So I even though I can take the challenge, I don't know if it actually brings me to the spot.
How far now?
Getting closer. Pray, stay with me.
Damn it.
Hey, bunch of enemies over here guarding this spot.
Come on. Let me at it. Yup. Yup.
Get some random soldiers up to deal with those. Okay, they got one.
Hey.
I could have probably waited for them to finish that last zombie, but I didn't realize that that was the last one.
In the frame you go.
$13 done, 7 more till the next milestone.
Nice.
Passable.
And since it seems like I don't get experience and I only really get filters, I don't know if there's any reason for me to focus on turning those in. I did see those blue spots. So after this, I'll probably check to see what I can upgrade for my armor. And if all goes well, I might be able to get another free magic point just from using enough amplifies. Hello, Stitch. Welcome in. And thank you for the compliment. What? Don't want to fall there.
Never seen so many trees.
Yes, Aberwal, it's certainly a more green and pleasant land than Praenost.
But the break's just as bad here, right?
I'm afraid so. And it only gets worse from here.
You feel that?
And I made it. More health. Looks like I can just run back up this way. Farm a few of these. I think it was gonna let me use more. And where do we go now? This spot next is treasure on the way. And we go. is treasure here? Is this a locked room? No.
That's not doing much.
I think these are not the enemies I want to use that on. Oop.
Just breathe, will you? You'll never hit anything otherwise.
Not helping.
Oh, was that everybody? No. Yeah, that worked out. Take a small heal. There we go. Monument is down there. And it's really easy to reach.
There's something nearby.
More defense. Seems like monuments always give me some kind of defense buff. Either more heals, more health, or more defense. Okay, 3 more uses of that and I'll be done with that. Need to let my fire soldiers beat 2 enemies. A new fast travel point, a new familiar, and 2 more pieces of armor, both of which I'll have to get. So fast travel spot first. Trial over there that I'll need. Bridge is just experience, but it's on the way, so I should probably do it. Mark that one. Mark that one, and mark that one. And that one's on the way, so I probably don't need to worry about marking it. I think I want to go for the cloak first, and then work my way back there. Fast travel back. Actually, I'll go for the familiar first, because then I can jump down. Then. I took too many steps.
Maybe we can come back later.
I didn't actually realize that there was a wait function, but that does make it real easy. I actually didn't expect them to do a second one.
kitty.
Goodness, you're a regular catcher.
Another kitten. When returned to Prav's familiar, she can usually be found bouncing friskily around Avalette, seemingly uncowed by the break. San was placed in charge of overseeing the citizens' nutrition. She would invariably encourage the people to eat more fresh fish, as Avalette had such an ample supply of it. Some suspected that her enthusiasm was at least partially motivated by her own love of seafood, while she always claimed her recommendations were made on an entirely nutritional basis. Very good. So let's go for this one. Anything over here, other than many enemies? There is just a chest. Do that.
Nope, not working. Okay.
Oop. Gonna do that to get a heal.
That went well.
You bet it did. That asshole's going
Get some
nowhere.
soldiers out.
Yep.
And fire.
Just breathe, will you? You'll never hit anything otherwise.
Not helping. Ah! Let me at him. And that is how it's done.
Okay, one quest done.
Woo!
Apparently my soldiers got another enemy. And one fight.
Up ahead.
Uh-huh.
A little bit more magic, and I think that's everything here. Is apparently another chest over here. Still not one of the ones I need. Let's actually turn in that quest. Boost damage for my regular attack and boosted red magic. How much do I need for better spears? I need 38 and then 74.
Gonna get a lot of use out of this. Ha! Yup. Yeah. Yup. Ah!
Didn't get enough from there.
This should do the trick.
Get some fire soldiers up just to do some ramp damage. Another enemy has appeared.
I may not be able to protect you as well as I usually do.
Great. That's all I need.
Go and do that. Let myself get too low health. I need to go to a different type of magic, or I will be in trouble.
Come on.
Oof. That was a lot of birds, and I should have probably saved my flower since it's not very good against the other enemies.
Let me at 'em. Okay. Yup.
Okay, more enemies coming in.
Yup.
Come on.
Bunch of fire there.
Not helping. Okay.
That apparently does a lot of knockdowns, so it might be an easy quest if I want to do that one.
That's it. Nope.
There is a lot less birds now, so it seems like this was a good call saving them.
Woo.
Might want to try and avoid getting hit for a little while.
Oh, might I?
Apparently can't reach high enough to do that. And I got him. Look once beloved by Tanta. Prav protects the wearer from being dazed. That doesn't sound like it does much for me.
Let's not get careless.
And I gotta level up. I think that's just enough to get... Yep, exactly enough. So one more spear ability, and that'll be the next thing I upgrade. Thought I saw a ping for a chest. It's over there. Just a crafting item. And next up.
What?
No!
Hopefully I don't need anything special to go across water.
There's
He's too
something
shallow.
in the middle of that pool, you know.
Let's go take a look.
Ah, an ambush, just as I feared.
What? Why the fuck didn't you say something?
Gotcha.
The advantage is ours.
Oh, let's save the super.
Okay.
Something's draining your power.
Good hammer.
Yup.
Oh, let's go to spear. I think that was too much.
The fun never stops, does it?
Okay, another enemy.
This is bullshit.
That kind of
Good thing I saved my super.
Kinda guessed
So now I can do this.
Yeah.
Kind of want to see. If either of those will do. No, never mind. They might have been able to do enough damage, but they didn't last quite long enough. And treasure.
Let's see. What do we got?
Necklace sponsored by Tanta. Prav. Its name means lion. Increase the effects of Prav's signature blue magic. I don't have blue magic.
Want to see another crocodile? For as long as I live.
Yes, might be wise to be wary around lakes, ponds, and other bodies of water from now on.
Another photo spot.
This'll be a good one.
It seems like it's 14 total out of the like 50 I need.
Nice.
Passable.
Now, anything else around here, or should I just fast travel back? There's a single chest vaguely near here. That's what I need. And it's surrounded by birds.
Let me at 'em.
And I got him. Go ahead and start that over. Okay. That was labeled very hard, so I'm hoping for multiple coins. I'll take 5. 5 puts a nice dent in the 64 I need. So now I could just go check random dots, but that's probably not worth the time, so time to fast travel back to story. After I take a quick peek around, I should have grabbed that refuge over there. Because there is a whole other area over there. I think I'm going to fast travel back and then climb back to that one. Getting enough fast travel points will save me a lot of time in the long run. And I can just fast travel back here anyway. This is also a good time to turn in my quest that I already had. and grab new ones. It didn't.
How's that feel?
We have multiple visitors. Another refuge. There also is apparently a photo spot just by here and a belfry.
In the mood for something in particular?
Crafting to increase a cloak's magic by 50 or more. I'll check that in a minute. That one I have not remembered to use. Knock enemies down.
Practice makes perfect.
That's immediately very strong because it seems like he uses the same materials as the necklace. And I also did learn that I couldn't get past 50, so I would have been stuck with that quest for a while if I had taken it. So I need 10 tall ass stairs. And then I can get another point done. Don't know if I'm at full health, so I might as well rest up. Cat is just floating. It's probably fine. Okay, so I need to mark this and that. I'm not gonna worry about going any further east because don't really need to. What is up here? Other than, is this the photo spot? Nope, it's just chest. But it's one I need. Another one labeled very hard. I think I see the goal. Just a matter of actually getting it to work. The goal is that I need to get that piece to the bottom. think I almost accidentally did an alternate method. Well, that works.
Let's see. What do we got here?
Yeah, so very hards give me 5. It seems like the difficulty does matter in terms of the amount of coins I get. Where is that photo spot relative to me? Over there.
Pray!
No.
All right, let's take this photo.
$15 done.
That's that.
Yes, that'll do.
If I somehow manage to get like all the collectibles up to 50% to go with the story, I would be very happy with the pacing overall. I think story is going to be a little bit ahead, especially if I keep pivoting back to it. So it doesn't seem like everything's necessarily reachable, so I should be focusing on story. Nothing really major around that I need to grab. Everything there gives archive stuff, which I don't really need right now. I do have a fast travel point here if I do decide to grab it later. So we go. Another bridge fight.
Let me at 'em.
There goes that one. Another enemy has appeared.
Yup.
It is a very large one.
This should do the trick.
Get rid of that poison. That was locked down to something.
That went well.
You bet it did. That asshole's going nowhere.
Normal to fire. Kinda hope that those two win the fight because they're low enough health that they might be able to. There we go.
Interesting.
Oh, that works. Got 1,000 experience for that. And I did complete another one of these. The soldiers are stronger. And red magic is boosted again.
That'll come in handy.
This might
What the hell
be
is this?
I'm not entirely sure. Careful now.
a mistake, but because I'm not really building any spells. Vulcan Vision was once to repair a bridge in order to win it back from Tanta's minions who've taken over. I didn't push any buttons. Did I accidentally, like,
Another try, perhaps?
hover over circle?
Yeah, let's do it.
Returning back from Tanta's minions who've taken over, Frey will need to defeat the Pitiless Arbiter Simulacrum, who leads them to defeat the boss within the time limit. Just gotta beat the boss.
Yup.
Just breathe, will you? You'll never hit anything otherwise.
Not helping. Need an assist. Huh. Let me at it. Ah! What? Nope, not working.
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already.
And I got him. Was I fast enough, though? Yes, I was. Free 6 mana, some random crafting stuff, and I never have to do it again. A refuge on the way, which means I can grab a new quest. Endless Runner. I think that means I ran 100 of whatever units I wanted.
Okay. Let me at 'em. This should do the trick.
There is a lot of bird enemies coming.
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already.
Some free health back. I think I'm just gonna finish up this one quest I'm on, so that I can grab 2 new ones. There's one. There's 2. One more.
Satisfactory work.
And there's 3. More stamina recovery and more red magic. So now do I grab a brand new spell to level up? Or do I focus on saving up for spear? What do I have left over here? I think I'm gonna wanna get at least one new spell.
You're surprisingly quick on the uptake, you know.
Because the only other one I can really level up is my Amplify, which, if I have enough crafting materials, I can just do that now. But I don't. And not enough for a new bag. Might actually be what I needed for a bag. Oh, one nugget short. Okay, I'll grab the next group of quests. We're probably gonna want defeat 8 enemies that are vulnerable using the charged hit. Drag enemies closer, or I use that ability 10 times. Probably use the ability 10 times. So now I have all battle-focused ones. So if there's any combat challenges nearby, I should probably do those if they happen to be on the way. Like this one.
Looks like the coast is clear.
Let's not get careless.
A lot of treasure around here. Surprisingly, nobody guarding this one. Couple magic spots. Oh, there's one. Well, I don't need to worry about him. A chest up there. As soon as I find the main one, I think it starts the battle. Which is up here. There's a lot of enemies all of a sudden.
Yep.
Might want to try and avoid getting hit for a little while.
Oh, might I? Yep. Okay.
Big explosion in the middle.
Okay. All right.
And let's just do this real quick. still hear battle music. It looks like they're over there. And I got him. Those stronger soldiers are putting in a little bit of work. Necklace was earned by Tanta Prav. Its name means Steely Victor. Increases the effects of Prav's signature blue magic. More blue magic. A cloak over there. Nail design over there, so I do need both of those. Guess I'll grab the... Go for nails first. So the other one is basically on the way.
Need an assist.
I did briefly forget that I have to charge of this now.
Okay. Oh, that's not doing much.
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already.
Maybe use rocks on those. I was hoping that...
That went well.
You bet it did. That asshole's going nowhere.
I could focus on one of the ones who are walking on the ground, but the birds seem too aggressive. And I got one of 8. At least that one, it seems pretty easy to control. I just have to focus on charging. And if I don't quite get the win I needed, then I can basically just aim away so that I miss. And then the main ability I need will still lock on.
Yep.
More cooldown on shield. I'll heal myself up. And I got him. 6 more of those.
How far now?
Getting closer.
Thought I saw another dot below here. Just along the cliff over there.
Do not waste
That was
any
a
energy
lot of
avoiding
damage.
it.
Not something I try to make a habit of.
Now I get the knockdown there.
Let me at him.
And I guess no more enemies are coming in. Basically that seemed like it was too easy, and that's probably why. Oh, it's a tier 4.
No love lost between these guys.
so quickly, we would have quite the fight on our hands.
Yeah.
Guess I'll focus this one and let all the others duke it out somewhere over there. Two uses of the barrier. I can just wait till they fight it out a little bit more. Give my cooldown some time. Nearly missed.
Just breathe, will you? You'll never hit anything otherwise.
Not helping.
I'll keep you safe from harm forever.
Why the hell not?
Say that is one where I could have possibly benefited, but I decided to wait. Nail sign thought to symbolize the cast the Heart of a Raging Inferno, lengthens the duration of negative effects inflicted on foes with Silas spells. Don't know what negative effects it's referencing unless it's like knockdown. Another feather so I can get more resources. Guess I'll go try to grab the chest over
Looks like the coast is
here.
clear.
Unless there's like a big ravine near it, in which case I will skip it. I think I'm gonna skip that one and then just start heading back for the labyrinth.
Just wait until you're ready.
Ugh, I thought I overdid it.
Yeah.
And I got him. Okay, halfway down to that one.
Let's see. What do we got here?
Normal only gives me 1, I think hard gives me 3, and very hard gives me 5. It might be a case where the purple chests are locked, but I don't think it is. Because I think I did check a couple of them and they were not the ones I needed.
Could be something cool inside.
Shall we test your instincts?
Another labyrinth. So a quick mini boss before more story.
Adrenaline is pumping.
Thrill seeker, eh?
Please don't wake up.
They won't if you stop talking.
Oh, weak to fire.
Do they look a little irritated to you?
Prizes for guessing who might have provoked them.
Yeah.
Everything's on cooldown.
That packet magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already. Huh.
I think that one didn't count because it didn't get the last hit. No other paths, so I think only one way to go.
What's this doing here?
Who cares? I'll take it.
But don't see anything else on the ground.
Oh shit, so many of them.
You know what to do.
Yup.
Another knockdown. I think they just threw an enemy at me.
Nice. Always good in a pinch.
You try not to waste it.
Yup.
Get a couple of those up and then start working on this. Okay, one more of those, and then I'll be done with that ability. And get a knockdown there.
Okay. There.
Gonna just go for
Nope,
pure
not
damage.
Let me at
And more fire. These enemies seem to be the only ones who I really need to worry about right now, because I don't think I have anything that does enough damage.
Yup.
Yeah.
Path splits.
Luckily, if it's only one of them, I can kite them pretty easily. So that's main path, meaning both side paths are optional.
Seems this is the end of the road.
Back we go.
Nice.
Ooh, is rather, isn't it?
Feather's nice. More of those just means I can carry more stuff. those magic spots down there? Yes, it is.
Dead end.
Then I suppose we turn back.
Almost halfway to what I need for more spears.
Let's see. What do we got here?
And 3 more coins. Probably, I did remember seeing a lore spot.
A weapon? In here?
Apparently so. And whoever was searching for it appears to have been rather over-enthusiastic.
Extra lore piece doesn't hurt.
Whoa, look at that thing.
Ah, yes. Good luck.
They're really strong against fire magic, so I shouldn't use fire magic. At least after doing that.
There.
That explains why they're strong against fire.
Okay. Yeah. Come on. Hey-ya!
Couldn't quite get enough charge. That might have won me the fight if I got all 3 off.
Need an assist.
Do that.
Can you just not?
Get away from that. And heal up.
Okay.
Get away from that one in time.
Okay.
They jumped over the mine.
That's it.
I also didn't realize I could activate my own mine. But I won.
It's broken.
Ancient garment that's hidden away in the deepest depths of a dungeon, increases critical rate and causes surge magic to charge more quickly when at a distance from the enemy. Finished up the labyrinth. So I should have everything on the way to more story. How many did I need for more spear? 74. I need to go straight this way.
Another one.
Well, onward and onward.
Looks like the coast is clear.
Let's not get careless.
Skip most of these.
It's just up ahead.
The belfry below, which is a easy fast travel point. There's a guild over there, which has a cloak, meaning I have to do it. Belfry first, though.
Pray!
No.
That's not doing much.
Just breathe, will you? You'll never hit anything otherwise.
I'm gonna want to go for fire to do this. Get some soldiers up, get some charge going.
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already.
I would like to. There we go. Finished up another quest. So now I can boost more magic. Boost damage and more red magic. And that's just kind of a passive spell that does a bunch of damage as I charge stuff. That's just going to be passively more damage while using fire mode. Familiar I do need. Another labyrinth, so I will need the necklace there. Don't need that one yet. And refuge is going to be important. So I think what I want to do is to see if I can get to the guild that's somewhere over there. And then work my way towards the refuge. And basically clear out these 4 spots. And then do story. Unless I want to go for the photo. make sure there wasn't a second magic spot there, and there's not. It did immediately confirm. That I cannot open locked chests while enemies are around.
Yup.
Now I get the knockdown.
I may not be able to protect you as well as I usually do.
Great. That's all I need.
What? Still not enough?
And I missed.
Focus, Frey.
Just focus spear. 'Cause they are really low health. And I got him.
Let's see. What do we got here?
Seems like I should be able to reach the guild if I'm looking at that right. 'Cause I do see grapple points. I do want to try to get more shield uses in. A monster nearby. It looks like they are all inside and preventing me from opening the door. So I have to sneak in using these. Thought I saw that lock on for a minute. Now just to find the actual entrance. Assuming I did this right.
What could make a hole like that?
Something trying to get out in a hurry. Or in.
Yup. Yup.
Put it there. I think all the other ones are below.
Just breathe, will you? You'll never hit anything otherwise.
Not helping.
Let me at him.
I'm fine.
Because I was kind of hoping to get a counter there, but I'm critical, so let's not.
so we're safe. Now,
Looks like the coast is clear.
let's not get careless.
Treasure. Found the cloak. Cloak ones from Tanta. Prav was made with the formal locations of mine. Improves the chance of inflicting critical hits when health is high.
This thing just screams Prav.
Why not try it on?
Okay, so finish the main thing for the guild. Just need to see if there's anything else randomly around before I go. It's like more locations if I don't have them. The guild way over there. And that's the only one it gives me. And nothing else unless I wanna grab another quest. I think I can. Defeat enemies with counters. Drag 20 enemies closer. That one is L1, R1, and square.
We'd best be prepared before we head out.
Okay, so L1 and R1 is the shortcut for swapping magic trees. And then I just have to remember to square. Even though I almost never use that shortcut. This D-pad is just easier. So now the only thing... I actually need those ruins.
Don't worry. I'm still good to go.
Wonderful. Then let's get moving,
Didn't
shall
realize
we?
there was ruins very close, and they drop gear. So if I can get up there, I do need that.
There. Okay. Okay.
Get those flying enemies first.
Okay.
And I got him. Nail signs said to encourage cool under pressure, increase damage inflicted based on number of nearby enemies. See a few treasures around, which will probably just be crafting stuff. Feather's not a bad find, and I saw at least one more over there. And apparently lore. Or not? I thought that was lore, but it was just a random piece on the ground. Oop. Anything else around here? No. There's only a single dot on the map. I don't know if it's worth going out of my way to get it. think I just need to start going for the places I've marked. It is a locked chest.
That went well.
You bet it did. That asshole's going nowhere.
That kind of magic requires more range.
I actually should probably be using that grapple more. Because I can just do this. Saw one enemy, and I really want to kick them to knock them down. Some birds, so apparently they won't. And treasure.
Let's see. What do we got here?
29 of those. Almost at the halfway mark.
No!
Wait for stamina, because I apparently fell too far. I'm gonna quickly peek and see. No dots on the way. I think I'm gonna just go. They're surprisingly far away, but at least I don't have to grapple to get to them. And I got him.
Aw, good kitty.
Goodness, you're a regular cat.
When I've time to Prav familiars, she can usually be found padding quietly around Evelette, seemingly uncowed by the break. Neck uses U-style Prav with her trials by searching for evidence at crime scenes. She always behave demurely when conducting investigations in order not to attract unwanted attention, but it's entirely clear this is an act, even to Prav herself. I'm gonna make sure the marker went away. So a refuge spot and a labyrinth, and 2 dots on the way to the refuge. But if I go to refuge first, I have to give up the high ground. I think I'll go to this one first.
Might be a good chance to flex my skills.
Hold your enthusiasm.
I should have probably looked for the chests, but it's fine.
Let's look for treasure. There's gotta be treasure.
Let's hope it's particularly shiny.
Like there's a lot of pings there, but I didn't actually see anything.
Yes.
Not bad.
Hey, come at me. Or are you scared?
Let's show them a thing or three.
Woo! Ha!
Nope, not working.
Yup.
They are apparently resistant to Frey's magic.
Yeah. Okay.
Something's draining our power.
Damn it.
Are you all right, Prav?
Was a big hit
Just
there.
about. Ah. Which way?
As long as you
And I got him.
decide, I honestly don't mind.
Was just thinking I could use something like this.
As long as you use it wisely.
So main pathway could be either or. Let's try this way first. This is main
Here we
path.
go.
Such enthusiasm.
Yup.
I may not be able to protect you as well as I usually do.
Great. That's all I need. You're mine.
Another knockdown. Apparently that was a mistake.
Why the hell not?
Apparently they really wanted me to drag them towards me.
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already. Yup. Yup.
Oh, this is getting ridiculous.
Apparently they're vulnerable to Frey's magic, so I should have probably swapped. It also means I do need to head backwards.
Good. Something tells me I'll need it.
I've definitely missed an optional room.
Frey, stay with me.
Damn it.
And it seems like exactly what I was hoping for. And I got it.
Let's see. What do we got here?
3 more old coins. Gonna quickly do a self-heal. There's a bunch of stuff apparently just hanging out over here. I think that's everything. And I want to make sure I can activate shield at least once. That's definitely main path, so this is optional. might give me enough magic points to grab the last spear if I get a level. So I think it was like 78.
Perhaps it was worth coming here after all.
Seems like that's everything. I think it's time for boss. Yeah, boss levels up, I'll definitely have enough. Good on health, so I don't need to make a campfire. Here we go.
That guy looks tough as nails.
I'm inclined to agree with your assessment.
Another one of these.
There.
I don't think that might'll work, but... Oop. Kinda just want to see... Weak to phrase magic. I need to be using this. Okay, and I can't use my super while in the water.
This should do the trick.
The problem here is obviously can I hit them? No.
That's it.
See, I think I can't hit them with a super, so there's no easy way to just breeze through this. And that was a lot of damage.
Just about. Okay.
And I think any ability that relies on ground probably doesn't work here. So I can't do mine, and I can't do bind. Leaving just flower and any other range moves.
Just breathe, will you? You'll never hit anything otherwise.
Not helping. Ha!
I think fire soldiers definitely won't do anything.
Yep.
And we'll take another shield once it's up. Okay, one more shield.
Let me at him.
Did not be there. All of those are about to attack. I think there's a slightly closer spot over here. And they're gone. Let's heal up that little bit of health that I can. Apparently they're way back over there. Imagine this will be a lot easier when I actually get water magic. I've seen clips of an ice block being used to surf around. It seems like there's... if they're too far away, there's very little I can do. There's not enough platforms for me to actually reach them. Oop. Should have been a little bit less greedy with that. And I got him.
Are you still with me, friend?
I think it said I leveled up. Okay, got all 3 spears. So as soon as I finish my current abilities, I can go all spears. Grapple might have made that a bit easier in hindsight,
I need that if there are nasties lurking about the place.
Better keep it
probably
close.
not notably easier.
Wonder what stories you've got to tell.
Another start of the demon fight.
Certainly sounds like a visionary.
Yeah, you can only wonder what you think about the Tantas today.
Ancient Endowment, that's hidden away at the deepest depths of a dungeon, causes killer blows to charge surge magic. Surge magic is fully charged, enemies are knocked to the ground more easily. So basically, any abilities I do that guarantee knockdowns or almost guarantee knockdowns could charge my super. A little bit iffy to pull off. There's one chest over there. I'm just gonna skim by that to see if it's one I want.
Let's not get careless.
I can see it, so I can just take the marker off now.
No!
Need to not jump, because I will take fall damage. There we go. It's not one of the good ones.
Yep.
I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Can't tell if the enemies who are dying from the grab are Tanta's quest.
Stay from home forever, you know.
Why the hell not?
No. At least they're not right here.
Okay.
I wonder if distance means they have to be like a certain distance away. And I can't just like use it on somebody who's close to have a count. Made it to a fast travel point. New familiar appeared.
Yeah, you like that, don't you?
Another nugget. I should. Gonna skim over all those. More materials and more medicine. I haven't got any of the things I need to boost the cloak more. Another refuge way down there. I don't think I finished up any of my magic quests. That one needs a lot. I need like 18. I don't remember how many I need for that one. I need to knock down 2 enemies. And I think I need to use my shield once. Oh, so I think I can go. I don't think there's any other major collectibles in this area I needed. There is a single photo spot over there, and there's nothing near it, so I should probably grab it. Gonna skip those. I guess I could have tried to use those to farm up one of my last few things I needed, but it's fine. Because out of combat, so that didn't count. That is a log chest. I need to grab that.
Alright, let's take this photo.
$16 done.
That's that.
Guess that'll do.
And no enemies around.
Let's see. What do we got here?
Over halfway through the old coins. one fast travel spot over here. And main story is over there. So I can try to grab this one. Maybe I farm a couple of... Never mind. Thought these are different enemies.
Pray!
No.
I thought those were just the regular zombies. Okay, there's some regular zombies. See if I can get some perfect hits off of these. Also, I should probably make sure I do this at least once. Did not get a knockdown. Gonna have some random soldiers up to
Let me at
ease
it.
the fight a bit. Trying to avoid dodging, so I can do that. It's too late. Need them to stop using the purple. And I got it. And goodbye.
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already.
Okay, got one of the random combat ones out of the way that I would probably do by accident at best. Another fast travel point. Don't think I cleared anything. Yes, I did. I used shield one time. Longer shield and boosted magic. So there's only 4 spells left in this, actually 5 spells left in this tree that I can even level up. I don't know what ability I want to grab next. I think there's only one that I can learn, and it's this one. But I don't know if that's the one that I want to put the quest on. I think I don't have much of a choice. Because it's either I start off the spears now, or I go for a different ability to try to get all 3 at once.
What other gems do you have up your sleeve?
I could go for super. But I feel like that one I'm definitely gonna... It's easier to build those up all at once. Maybe just try that one. Because it is a new ability. And it is just one where I have to use it a bunch. I did not get my 2 knockdowns. But now, where do I want to go? I think I can just go straight northwest to try to get to the story. I don't know if it's really worthwhile to go fast travel back there just to go to the same place. So we go. I should probably decide what I want to buy next. If I want to go for maxing my skill tree, the best thing to grab would be shield or the supers for fire.
I think we're here. And surprise, surprise, this place is just as fucked up as the last realm we visited.
Well, we just need to find some ballow trees and collect their resin, and then we can leave.
But how do we know which are the right ones?
Good point. The councilman said that some might still have resin to offer, but he didn't say which ones.
For ballow trees to harvest saffron, councilman trees share the location in some places in Evelyn Castletown where ballow trees might be found. To seek them out and see if there's any resin to be had.
Well, they probably don't look as worn out as the one they drained back in St. Paul's, right? It's a start. Come on, let's scout out some sap. Can't be that hard.
Oh, apparently bot.
Well, do something.
Let me quickly take care of that. Okay. Time to see if this works.
Yup.
I don't like the look of this.
When you play the fire,
Okay, so it's like scatter shot except it's fists.
oh, might I?
Which admittedly does feel way better than scattershot.
Oh, come on. Oh, this one.
I also realize I don't need to do that one because I did
Embrace
already
the
finish that.
flames. Got him.
Oof. We're still a ways off, aren't we?
Not too far now.
A bunch of treasures up there. And a free buff.
Hey, a Partha. All the way out here.
Well, Frey, feeling lucky today?
Guess it's my lucky day.
Boost attacking abilities to the max.
Huh.
Probably good for this area. Take these 5 free points. Seems like everything
No monsters here, huh?
more on that side of town.
Little exercise?
You really don't know me.
That's it.
Apparently it wasn't close enough.
I can't keep you safe from harm forever, you know.
Why the hell not?
Okay.
Yup. My ace in the hole. All right.
Okay, got 5 pulls, a locked chest, but apparently there's an enemy nearby somewhere. Over there.
Got you on your toes now. Heads up.
Okay, apparently that was the only one aggroed.
I think that does it.
Let's see. What do we got here?
Exactly 30 more. Then I just have to hoard those.
Whoa. Right on the money.
Might as well hold on to this.
That's not doing much.
It might also be a case where I can't reuse the pull on an enemy for it to count. But I would say that would be a weird added condition. Or I just found like the limit there. Because that was roughly the same distance, but I didn't get credit for the second one.
Be ready to protect yourself.
I will, with you.
Here's a mark for a chest over here. It does look like a locked one.
You might consider getting hit a little less.
What do you think I am? Superhuman? Hold on.
Tired after that little performance?
And I got him.
Hey, I'm always tired.
All's well then. Wonderful.
Boring.
Paul Lock never stood a chance.
Hopefully I find some more very hard ones, just to get rid of those faster. But I should be good for a story.
Shit, no luck.
Can't be that hard, she says.
Just shut the fuck up for a second. Okay, think. The tree in Sepal was all dried up, right? So the resiny ones probably won't look like that.
Well, all I see is trunks, leaves, blue bits.
Wait, didn't Bob say something about blue? Something, it's the hue of blue and the bloomers too. That was his catchphrase, right? Maybe it's a clue.
Or maybe it was the meaningless rambling of a madman. hill. See what you can see.
Up the hill, like Jack and Jill.
Jack and Jill? Oh, never mind. Whoever that might be. Just get yourself up there.
You know what? Forget it.
Nope, not working. Oh,
Now's your chance.
on it.
Oh, whoa, what the fuck happened to this place? Looks like they had a huge earthquake and then gravity lost its shit.
This is what happens when a Tanta's power goes haywire. Be prepared for even more twisted terrain ahead.
As if I needed any more reasons to steer clear of this woman.
Ah,
Get out of the way. Look out!
let me at 'em. Come and meet the guys. This'll do it. Ooh, good, right?
I wouldn't say good exactly. I can't keep you safe and calm forever, you know.
Why the hell not? All better. Shields up.
Wait for it.
Enjoy. This ought to be good. Gotcha.
The advantage is ours.
Ah, come on.
Best things come to those who wait.
You're gonna love this.
Yup.
I didn't realize I made it at some point. I think I did it for one of the story sections.
This should do the trick. Ha! Ha! Yeah.
Get another pull.
Let's get back in this. Ha! Okay. Not today.
Damn, more magma.
I'm to the essence, Prav.
Is that supposed to be helpful? This'll do it. Pretty and functional.
Okay. Get some more text there.
Might want to try and avoid getting hit for a little while.
Oh, might I?
Probably want to heal for that.
You might consider getting hit a little less.
What do you think I am? Superhuman?
Looks
And I
like
got
we're
him.
done here.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, chest over here. Just a regular one. There's one back there.
Seems we're free of any immediate danger.
Here's hoping it stays that way. We're still a ways off.
I'll say, while I can
Not too far now.
understand why grapple points should be marked, it is also very obnoxious to just have so many random markings.
Okay. Shit. Can't see a fucking thing.
Just freeze. It'll be over soon enough. It's not much, but you never know.
Okay. Oh. A little bit backwards.
Challenging.
Well, it worked out.
What do we got here?
One angry enemy somewhere who I am going to ignore. And just go back up to where I was. I think there's at least one more chest. At least in scanning range. It's not what I need.
We got this. Right in the sweet spot.
Look out!
Oh yeah. Uh-oh.
I think I got stopped by my own magma.
Try good, right?
I wouldn't say good exactly. I'm fine.
That was a rough hit.
Let's do some damage.
Let's maybe play safe for a bit.
Ugh, get the fuck back.
At least somebody loves you.
Back in the game. Oh, damn. My ace in the hole.
I can't protect you like this.
I was hoping that was gonna knock him down, and apparently it didn't.
Ooh, nice find.
I am very iffy on heals right now. But if needed, I can always just make a campfire to craft more. Also chest. Almost missed the actually good one.
Let's see. What do we got here?
Ha! Ha!
Did you find something?
I think I'm good to go to story.
That's not doing much. My ace in the hole. Gotcha.
I think I should probably just go for a win here and not worry about quest.
Now's your chance.
On it. There it is.
Apparently those enemies respawn and I'm not dealing with them.
I think there might be a ballow tree nearby.
Alright, let's see.
Almost walked by the chest. Photo spot behind it. Let's grab that first so I don't get like kicked out.
Hey, this place looks pretty unique. Should I take a picture? In the frame you go.
Three more for next turn in.
Nice.
Passable.
And I think at 20 I get a trophy. Either 20 or 25, because I think that's about halfway.
This one's resined out too.
Another one way over there. I think I'm gonna keep heading up for that monument. Not much reason to pass on a free stat buff. Especially if I can reach it.
Wait, what's that?
I'm guessing defense. Up another 5 defense. There are a bunch of dots along the way here. I don't know if I should focus on any or just run through. That is a locked one there. I do need to grab this one.
How about this? Got a present for ya. This'll do it.
Nope.
This looks like a big one.
All right. And that's that. I'm coming.
You need to be a little more patient.
You done stating the obvious?
That I have more charges.
Agreed. Gotcha. Whoa. Yeah, good, right?
I wouldn't say good exactly.
Okay, there's one. Actually, I think... Nope, there's that one left.
Let me at him.
Gotta work a little there.
Only a little.
Click. Next.
You've got quite good at this. There's no one around. Did you do something to annoy
Oh,
them?
one random chest over
What
there.
didn't I do?
The castle town used to be filled with people in there. Maybe one day it'll come alive again. When the Tantas are gone.
Cuff?
Don't worry. I'm sure there are plenty of other people with incredible powers around who can kill them instead of you.
I am seriously warning you.
What? I'm just thinking aloud.
No, you're not. You're trying to guilt trip me.
Not in the slightest.
Okay, and I have not checked how many points I need for any major
Smells like
upgrades.
a fallow tree back in Sepal.
Good. Then there must be one nearby.
Nothing really major around here. Another tree that's all tapped out. Why is the brace sus? Because he wants us to take out the 4 big bads to break some kind of curse they put on him. Which is always sus, because the big bads also fight demons.
No resin in this tree either. Is there something in Bob's rhyme we're missing?
It's the hue of blue, and the bloomers too.
The bloomers. Wait, I think he means flowers. So not just the blue veins, but flowers as well.
I suppose that could be it. That, or the old loons rubbing off on you.
Only one way to find out.
And that one's way off. Like I just need to basically keep going up this mountain and it'll eventually take me to where I need to go. Okay, the monument's way over there. I'll make sure it wasn't like very close by. So what do I want to start working towards? I could learn kicks, or I save up 76 points to get a better super there. I think I'll do that one.
My fallow tree sense is tingling.
Let's see what we can find, shall we?
Whoa! What the fuck?
Territorial instinct really is a marvel.
Great, this is just what we need. Try this for size. Over here, right in the sweet spot.
Apparently I also need to level up one of my abilities that I didn't realize I finished. I'm gonna go ahead and do that now before I forget. More damage and more magic.
You certainly picked up some nice little tricks.
That's it. Bullseye.
Also, I just realized the quest for this one says I have to fight a specific enemy type.
Should come in handy.
More lore. Gonna skim over that.
Whoa. It's growing sideways.
Incredible how life can thrive no matter where it finds itself.
Very deep, Cuff.
Almost
That's right there.
Roger that.
Flowers. This thing must be full of resin.
Careful now. Haste makes waste.
That's alright. Look, just one little cut right here. And okay. Whoa. Whoa. Fuck. That was a close one.
Well, I can't have you dying out here and leaving me stranded.
Yeah, maybe save me before the fall next time.
I don't have to save you at all. I aid you of my own free will, not because I...
Yeah, whatever.
So Bob was trying to tell us something. I'll have to thank him when I get back.
Not so fast. We can't go back to Sepal without more resin.
Found some ballad resin, but you need more before you can head back. Continue into Avalette and find more ballad trees. Where am I now? Right by a fast travel point, so I need to go to that one first.
You're gonna find more ballow trees.
Perhaps through that door.
We got this.
Let me just finish up this quest. Before I go to this base.
Nice. Like that. Getting kind of sore.
Quick breather.
I kind of stopped paying attention halfway through that to the counter, but I think I got all of them. More damage and better magic. A fire trap might also not be terrible, but I think it's probably better to save.
You've certainly picked up some nice little tricks.
I do really actually need to stop in here.
Probably chill here for a while.
Wonderful. I, for one, can't wait to take a load off.
Take a load of what?
Are you going to read something?
Okay, so I have 2 more openings. And basically no spells to plug in. I only have 5 open slots that I can buff. So defeat the final enemy in a battle. Defeat enemies with counters, so basically I have to hold it and just wait till they attack. Then this one, which I have to use on Tanta's minions, which I think
Let's
means
try practicing this technique.
more so once I get into story. I should run into more of those.
Let's do this.
Still none of the things I need for upgrades. Not enough materials for more pouch space, so just potions.
We're still a ways off, aren't we?
Not too far now. So much for going unnoticed.
Huh? Whoa! I don't want to fight. Okay, I just came to get some Balo resin and then I'm gone. Over and out.
Tanta Prav summoned you. She wishes to talk.
Yeah, okay, that's not gonna happen. I go with you, it ends bad for me. So I'm just gonna go walk through this door.
They have offered an alternative to fighting. You could turn yourself in.
Hard pass.
I mean, of course, request an audience.
I am not requesting an audience with someone who enjoys dismembering people.
Then you'll have to keep fighting. They're only giving as good as they get. I'm trying to de-escalate and defuse. Come to a place of non-violence.
Wow, how very friendly. Let me tell you, I've come to a place of me or them. And I pick me.
Suit yourself. You're surrounded.
How many of them are there? Like that?
It appears to be weighing its next move. It's healing itself.
My ace in the hole!
Okay,
Oh, this
gonna farm the quest on this one.
one.
'Cause actually, these are the minions I need.
Oh, damn! That is how it's done.
And I got it.
Try this for size.
Let's do that. Put that there.
In the hole.
Get a buff.
Gotta stay in it. Try this for size. Come on.
So ideally, if I can finish them with a fire move, that'll just be good for me. They are just kind of resistant to that.
Right on the money. Let's go.
And I got him. Extra 100 stamina, so another diamond. And I finished one of my magic quests. More damage for that. And now I just gotta wait.
Can't wait to give this a test drive.
Probably grab whatever
This will
that
take us
is.
somewhere near.
And we can just walk through?
Who's gonna stop us? A particularly conscientious monster?
What the hell was all that shit about back there?
What shit?
The shit about surrendering myself to them. It was distracting and it almost got me killed.
That was not my intention.
Oh, so what was your intention? Why the hell do you want me to request an audience with Prav?
The Tantas rarely leave their thrones. I was thinking that if you give yourself up, it might draw her out. Once she's broken cover,
You better not say then you killed her.
then you kill her.
There it is! Got him.
we go.
Human? Whoa. Oh. Heads up.
Damn.
Incoming.
Let's
Let's
maybe
turn up
go
the heat.
spear.
Gotcha.
I have no abilities off cooldown,
You're good, right?
at least in this spec.
Say good exactly. Now's your chance.
Here it comes.
Okay, there's a full heal.
Yeah. Right in the sweet spot. Hell yeah.
And there is a couple more over there.
All right.
Don't know if that's the last one. Apparently not.
Easy fit won't help.
So probably safe to just run for the next quest objective, because I am just slowly losing health here. And not much reason to focus on fighting.
Should we just run?
Frank, stay with me.
Damn it.
Somehow I got 500 experience.
Could probably chill here for a while.
Wonderful. I, for one, can't wait to take a load off.
Take a load up.
I feel like I wasn't supposed to find this.
Got some time to kill. Could read a book.
Like, I think I was supposed to completely run by this and not be aware. Hit enemies vulnerable to that. Strike enemies from afar. Defeat 3 enemies with a single strike. That one sounds like it could take a while.
Interesting choice of task.
Just top off my health and see if it gets rid of the storm. Apparently it did. Except the dramatic music is still playing. And it's back. I cannot really see where I'm supposed to be going. Okay, there's a tree over there.
Yep. Okay. Woo. Got him.
Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Got you on your toes now.
And I got him.
Damn. Look at the size of that ballow tree. boy'd make the record books for sure.
Bad boy?
Never mind. Let's just say I think we're good for...
I'll attend to the next phase of Frey's adventure. Make sure you're ready before you continue. I think if I don't, the storm doesn't stop.
There we go. That should be enough.
She's right inside.
And there I was, thinking you were serious about your non-violent solution.
Prav doesn't deserve your mercy.
I've said it once before, but apparently it bears repeating. Not going to happen! I'm not gonna kill her!
But if you don't kill this mad woman, everyone in Sepul could die. You have a gift that no one else possesses. It's your duty to use it. The people need your help.
Not my problem! Look, I'm gonna take the Ballo resin, back to Sepal, save Break Bob, and get the fuck back to New York. Done and done.
You know, countless people will suffer and die because of Prav, don't you? Are you really going to abandon them at their most vulnerable? Yes, I see. Like mother, like daughter.
Fuck you! That's...
True. No, fine, fine. Let's be on our way then, shall we? Come on, let's go back to Sepul with you. That's what you want, isn't it?
Yeah. Motherfuck!
Is there a problem?
Maybe I can reason with her. She's the Tanta of justice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'll ask her to stop the break, and everybody wins. Right?
Halt!
My name's Frey Holland. Prav summoned me. Can you take me to her?
You are charged with the murder of Tanta Sila. Bring her in.
Not what I was expecting. Anything you want to tell me about Prav before I face her?
Prav is the arbiter of truth. There's no use lying to her. She can see through any falsehood.
So you're saying her superpower is a law degree and a bullshit radar?
No, it's much more than that. She can do other things as well.
Other things, huh? Well, that's clear as mud. Thanks. What the...
Hail, interloper, bold upstart. So fair of face, yet black of heart. Your eyes tell all. Lay bare your lies. Pray, come. In judgment be baptized.
Oh, I didn't come here to be judged. I came here to talk. Look, will you stop destroying the city and leave the people alone?
Such certitude. Such righteous poise. Yet all is demon-solid noise.
Shit, alright, if you're gonna rhyme everything, then just kill me now.
Dissemble not. Confess your crime. A Tanta, slaughtered in her prime.
She ordered her soldiers to attack innocent people. Children died.
And have you proof to back this claim? Or do you merely run from blame? Pray, come, stand trial, let truth be heard. Bear witness with both deed and word. If pure you are, there's naught to fear. If devil solid, all must hear.
Okay, look, lady, I'm kind of in a rush here, but clearly this isn't going
A
anywhere.
tale of woe. A severed past. A child let go, returned.
Child, let go? What the fuck are you talking about?
No! 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 Quiet! 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 I am the asker of questions. You are the answerer. Do you understand? Consort of demons!
Okay, what I said about the rhyming thing, I don't mind it so much anymore.
I said quiet! I seek to know, child, nothing more. I crave fact, not settled score. So thrust yourself unto the scales. By judgment's test, the truth prevails. You know the truth of what you hear. Admit it, the way forward's clear.
Crystal.
Today we hear the case of one Frey on trial for the crime of Tanticide. Specifically, the senseless slaughter of the mighty Tanta Silent. May her essence find grace.
How do you plead?
If you plead guilty, they'll execute you immediately.
Not guilty.
Lies! And yet more monstrous lies! She drowns! No more of this! She dies!
What? I thought you said if I pled not guilty, she would kill me. Wait, I declare a mistrial.
A mistrial. That's what the demon said. We must honor such a declaration. Always. Must we? We must. Then another trial must be called. A trial by water.
Yes! A trial by water!
Let's see how long your lies sustain you. Now come, face the time-honored test. If innocent, dispose your best.
What? How is that a trial by water?
Succeed and execution stayed. Succumb, and your crime's price is paid. Your journey ends here if you fail. Your only choice then, to prevail!
Damn. I thought courts in New York were bad. But whatever. Bring it.
Okay.
The trial begins. Your stage awaits. Come, thrust unto the hand of fate.
So all we have to do is beat this little lot?
Won't even break a sweat. Damn.
This seems like not too bad.
Right on the
Careful. They're deadly at range.
Yeah, that try went about as well as I expected. It is weird to have a character who seems to have multiple personalities. Although they did say that pretty much every Tanta character is insane. because of whatever the corruption is.
Evils purged. Thus proven, innocence emerge.
How come you're not the one having to prove this shit?
And I guess I did it. Okay, second group. Apparently it's goats.
Any more minions you want to send my way? I'm getting bored.
Do resist the urge to provoke her.
Please, these are minor league baddies at best. Go get him!
Oh, let's do that.
This'll do it.
She doubts not that the cause is just, that what she does is what she must. Just? She is a Tanta killer, and she must die for what she has done.
Someone seems set on giving you the death sentence.
Give me a break.
Looks like they are vulnerable to that.
I do not need this shit on top of everything else.
Well, we're not going anywhere, so you'd better get used to it.
And I think that's all of them. Oh yeah, the first Tanta was fire.
Okay, I admit it. This is getting pretty fucking tiring.
I told you not to provoke her.
Time's infection. Ah.
And there's
Damn.
4 in total. They haven't shown...
They're not very fast.
It seems like they only introduce like their magic when I get close.
Dodge those in my sleep. Hot damn! Ugh. All I want is to help those people.
Foul demon, your shameless powers is as vile as your lies. She has
Oh,
a
let's
case.
go for that.
I sense her plight. A fair trial is her due, her right. Right? She has no right. Preposterous! Ridiculous! Tanta's end is end of all. Balance lost, the land would fall. She is a criminal, a committer of unforgivable sin. Ignore her.
I think I counted my spear hit on the second one because they ran into it, which is probably good to know. So first potion.
Here it comes.
I think I can counter those, but I've just never been ready to do it.
Good night.
I also didn't even realize that there was enemies in this room.
All right. Gotcha.
And I got him.
That's it.
And a full level up. And yeah, I'd say fire was the more army driven one. Why is there a puddle of water below me?
All right. Cut the bullshit. Just promise me you will stop attacking the people of Sepal, and I'll gladly fuck off.
The trial is past. Now justice done. The law dictates thy freedoms. Lust forever. You will die in this watery prison, girl.
What?
But no, this cannot, will not stand. The Tanta's word sustains the land. Exactly! Which is why there must be no mercy for a Tanta killer. None!
Okay. You guys clearly have some stuff to discuss.
Silence! One more word, and you will lose your tongue!
Oh, yeah, that seems fair. Score another one for justice.
Insolent, unrepentant, murderous creature. You will rot here forever. Forever!
Sadly, I don't think we'll be getting out of this without another fight. Looks like
And
you
boss time.
riled her enough to finally make her do her own dirty work.
I really didn't want to fight another Tanta.
Well, you had no choice. She wasn't going to listen to
Wasn't
reason.
ready for the water cannon.
There.
Here's some soldiers up.
Okay. Yeah.
I shall be your executioner.
She's gathering her power. Huge spear. She's going to make it explode.
What?
She is neutral to both magics.
Okay. Destroy the giant sphere. Got it. Ready?
She's distracted. Now's your chance.
It is our sworn duty to see fair judgment pass. No! We punish those who break our laws. That is our purpose.
Specialty Frey.
Let's get some of these up.
No more. Hold.
Got you on your toes.
Break her bone.
Yup.
No. No! This trial is far from over.
Give it up already. Just admit it.
I think they avoided most of the super, because they're over there.
Messing with her. End this, Frey.
Whoa.
Stay away, demon.
There's
Accept your punishment.
Thought that was coming, but I was swapping moves.
Don't panic. Stay calm and wait for your moment.
How dare you? You will suffer as my sister suffered.
Didn't quite piece together what was going to happen there.
Yup. That'll do it.
Not again. The verdict is passed. Oh, shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
We're in big trouble if you don't get rid of those spheres. Remember, Frey, Aberwalik's protector
Ready?
is no more. The woman before you is a dust pot.
Okay, so those are the ones they're talking about.
How dare you approach me?
Yeah.
Are you in pain?
Never
Death shall be
quite ready to dodge that one, but it also does very little damage, so it feels like it almost doesn't matter.
Only Prav's death can ensure their safety.
What is it that blinds you to your own guilt?
Ice up there. Did not get off the ground in time. Messed up the zip line. And next phase.
My judgment is final!
Get out of the water, quickly!
Alas, you are not long for this world. Now none shall be suffered to break the laws of
Try this for size. Oh no. What now?
She's using her power to
That'll do it.
manipulate gravity.
Here it comes. Got him.
Any more? This one.
Die! Die!
Here she comes again. Keep your eyes open.
And water's freezing.
Yeah. Alright. You ready?
Watch your step. And avoid falling in at all costs.
Can't quite reach the grapple points. Just out of reach.
Fly, fly! The price of your crimes is far from fair.
Second win. How about this?
Oh, they're holding in place, so let's do this. And go for the win.
Damn you, demon! I will end you! Enough. It is time to move on. Dear sister, oh, the price she pays. Her daughter lost. Her loving gaze.
Daughter? What are you talking about? Tell me! What does that mean?
The demon. Child of Sinta. Child of...
Child of Sinta, what? What's happening?
Prav is dead. I'd assume that most of her enchantments died with her.
And?
And so... we're about to get very wet indeed.
And new skill tree. I can't view any of the skills right now. Magic Baby like Bloom from Wings Club. Wings Club is one of those shows that I always saw around but never watched. So I think I watched like Fox Kids for some of the shows that aired, and I think eventually they started cycling in Wings Club, and I just never watched it. Also, that's 2 chapters done.
Did you know?
No one.
All of that Child of Sinta shit. Did you know?
Are you saying you believed that mad woman?
I don't know.
I mean, if it is indeed the truth, I can't imagine the turmoil you must be going through.
Wait. Does that mean she could still be somewhere in Athia?
I believe it could, yes.
Whatever. Whoever she is, she's still the monster who abandoned her baby.
Come along now, Frey. Chin up. How do I address you now, by the way? Is it your worship, your highness, dame?
Shut the fuck up.
That's my girl.
Okay. New chapter.
Hey, Cuff.
Are you all right?
Got a lot on my mind. Still can't stop thinking about what Prav said. None of this makes sense. My mother, who happens to be a powerful sorceress, left me by the side of the road in another dimension?
I can't pretend to understand the motives of the mad. I will say, there was plenty of trouble brewing between the Tantas at the time. They were already well along the road to ruin.
It's just so messed up.
Perhaps if we were to find her, she might help you understand it all.
No, fuck that. There is no way I want to meet her.
Understandable, I suppose. Anyway, at least we have an idea now of why the break doesn't affect you like it does everyone else.
But does that mean I'll eventually go crazy too?
Interesting question, and one that I'm sure will be answered in time.
Great. You mean the only way we find out is when I start losing my mind?
Precisely.
Well, that's comforting.
Did you have an alternative method in mind?
Look, just let me know if I start acting weird, okay?
With pleasure. Although your behavior does tend toward the eccentric most of the time. I do hope I'll be able to tell.
Very helpful, Cuff, very helpful. I'm starting to feel like finding you in that shop was no coincidence.
You think higher powers were at work?
Well, I'm not one for fairy tales or religion or anything like that. But for some reason, I feel like I was destined to meet you, Cuff.
Phrase absorb the Tanta Prav's magical powers that can now use her spells and abilities. The result, the new skill tree can now be accessed via the magic section of the main menu.
More new powers.
So let's
Yeah, from Prav this time.
take a peek at those. So there's water arrows. I can now skim across water. Fire snare upon charging and another upon release. If both strike in the same place, bonus damage is dealt. Poisonous column of water snaking towards the enemy. Watery pillar to protect against range attacks. Then watery vortex that sucks an enemy and does damage. Okay, so the main thing there seemed to be just for water, which is very hit or miss on where I can use that. But that is another tree to start working on. That being said, I have to go to the bathroom. I will be back in a few minutes. I'm just going to run a few ads so they don't run for about an hour or so. I will be back. Okay, I'm back. And also I'm noticing that I have 82 points to spend, so let's see if there's any particularly good upgrades I should be working towards here, or if I should just keep working on fire. So float, I know, is one that I need. Because that basically just gives me a glide. It doesn't seem like there's one that, like, gives me any armor buffs like the other trees had. This one seems to have a bunch of random movement ones. I can trap an enemy in a ball of water and then attack it to make it explode. Either I boost fire, I boost water, or I just start unlocking water abilities. I am kind of really liking this attack for fire. But I think it might be better to go for one of the supers. Maybe I just focus on fire for now. Until I find an enemy who is weak to water.
Well, should we try them out?
Was it just a pile of potions?
Let me guess. Bad guys nearby?
Got it in one.
Huh. Let me at him.
So it seems like
Think we might need to take a step back.
it's a lot slower, but it probably hits harder per hit.
Want to see a magic trick? Oh, this one.
I actually do need to get points for this, because I did forget that I started that.
Now's your chance.
On it.
So I just need to wait till they attack me so I can win with a counter. Like that.
Ooh, gross.
Or I need to use my spear attack after a jump to try to get 3 enemies at a time. Photo spot there.
This will be a good one. Nice.
Passable.
I should probably take a look at the map to see where I actually am. Because I think the next quest was just taking me back to the city, but I might have missed it. L and circle while moving across the water's surface to glide.
I almost missed the
It does drain stamina as I glide.
Believe me, you're plenty of commotion all by yourself.
I'm guessing if I buff it, then it costs none.
Way to find them.
How so?
Our friend Breakball worked closely with Tanta once upon a time. He may hold the key to unlocking your past. There's still time to make it back to Sepul with the Valor resin.
Yeah. Okay.
We must hurry if you want to save the old man and the others who've been ravaged by the break.
Alright. Let's get the hell out of here and head back to Sepul.
Can I use the fast travel function, go to the map section of the menu, and instantly travel back? Okay. So my options are either I clean up some stuff around here and fast travel back, or I can just fast travel back now and worry about the stuff here later. There is a single camera point and a monument vaguely around here. I kind of want to go for those.
Whoa. I think I might be losing my mind a little bit.
Things do get rather surreal.
You can say that again.
So let's mark that monument first, because that's relatively close. There's also apparently enemy there, and a fast travel point here. But this seems like the edge of the map. So if I clear out this corner, I shouldn't need to come back here. So where is the monument relative to me? I do see the tower there. It's way up there. I think I go for the tower. Worst case scenario, I can fast travel back here. Also another fast travel point over there. A photo spot I apparently missed. Seems like if I follow those, it should take me up. Assuming there's a way to reach those.
Ugh, it's so damp here.
The watery bounties of this fair realm know no limits, my lady.
Yeah, well, I fucking hate it.
Doesn't seem like there's any way for me to reach those two, unless I can leap off of the tower nearby. I think this is the way to go. Let's see if there's a way up. Also, I want to see if I can find that photo spot.
We're still
Unless the photo spot was pointing to there, which it might have been.
ways off, aren't we?
Not too far now.
I think this is slanted enough that I might be able to climb all the way up. Let's say almost the same for the other one, except I think it's too far away. Don't think this is gonna quite work how I hope. I think I'm gonna just quit on that attempt. See if I can launch myself with this.
Such a thing as relying on logic too much, you know.
There's a guy who's basically a bunch of metal held together by this stuff.
I think I just gotta find another way up. Luckily, there doesn't seem to be any random enemies around here. At least until I get to this building. I might as well finish this up, because this is one of the things I have to do.
This place is insane.
This is what happens when Prav's power really gets out of hand.
All right. All set.
Out of the way.
There's a lot of damage all of a sudden.
My ace in the hole. My ace in the hole. Yeah.
Don't think I can.
Man,
Apparently more enemies came in.
will you?
Where did they even come from?
Okay, so I can't counter that. Seems like it has to be a regular hit.
Try this for size. Oh. You're gonna love this. Ugh. That fucker right there.
You might consider getting hit a little less?
What do you think I am? Superhuman?
I was really lucky. Might be able to get 3 enemies with one of these.
Whoa. Yup,
I don't think that's gonna happen.
this'll do it. Good, right?
I wouldn't say good exactly.
Yeah.
I can't keep you safe from harm forever, you know.
Why the hell not?
Might have been a waste of the super, but it's fine. I think I would rather just get through this fight.
Oh yeah. Ah.
Well, this is bad.
Fuck, 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 fuck.
So there's a lot of enemies here that I'm noticing.
Yeah. Ah. Oh. You're gonna love this.
I feel like this is intended to be a later area, and I just kind of came to it real early.
Cool. Boundaries. Should we just run?
Don't be silly. You can do it.
Here we go. We got this.
Somebody was vulnerable to this,
Mother Nature would like a word.
and I didn't see who it was. If somebody's vulnerable to something they were getting hit with.
Oh, this.
flower there to take care of a bunch of stuff.
Got you on your toes now.
It's not much, but you never know.
I think I see one dot left. Gonna grab this. Either there's more or over there. Is that the same one and I just didn't finish them? It might have been. It was designed with a certain mysterious connection to Avolette. This ratio of negative effects inflicted on foes with Prav spells. That one at least I think makes more sense, because there's like pulls and there's a trap.
Very reassuring.
Another nugget.
No monsters here, huh?
Were you hoping for a little exercise?
You really don't know me.
And another area cleared out, and it looks like it's giving me a path to the monument. It seems like this leads me right to where I need to go. Assuming I go the right way. And at the chest. Very hard. This will be good for my coins I need. Can't move that one too because that'll reset that whole row. There we go.
Whew, okay, might need to close my eyes for a sec. What do we got here?
Another 5. 23 until I'm done with those. Assuming I don't spend any by mistake.
The break's getting really quite bad.
Yeah, kinda gateway to hell vibes.
Ooh, very evocative. For once, I wholeheartedly agree.
Finally found the way to the top.
That's it. Hey, that's...
Ah, more health.
Is it close?
Not really, no.
There is a chest over there. Just gonna do this. And it's just a regular one.
Let me at it.
You're good, right?
That's quite a find.
Oh,
I
let's
got just the thing.
maybe go for some counters.
Back off!
Birds might be good for this one.
Think that's all of them.
Seems like it. Nice work.
Okay. So last possible thing over here would be the refuge over there, and then anything I could scan up there. There is apparently an area to the east there. But since I have this fast travel point, I don't need to worry about it. So I think I'm going to go back for the photo spot. I might try to get that monument there, depending on where it is. Will I be close enough to get this zip? Doesn't matter. But the answer is no. I feel like this is the only place where this ability is going to be any good. Like, it might have very small uses elsewhere, but I don't expect to have to travel across huge bodies of water very frequently.
The prison here was said to be impossible to escape.
Oh yeah? Gotta get a good angle.
Okay, so at least it kind of phases out the enemies when I go for photos, as long as I can get the prompt before they show up.
That's that.
The only thing left that I could even theoretically do would be to go for that. Or backtrack a whole bunch to try to get... I can just fast travel to that one, so it's probably easier.
Guess that would do.
I might be able to reach the monument from here. Do that. Get a running start. Apparently I can't really get up that one, it's at a weird angle. But I think I should be fine if I go this way. Looks like I'm almost there. I think it's just up past this little ledge here, and then I can reach it. And then I can fast travel to another spot to grab a random photo. And then I might just fast travel for story.
Miss the commotion when there's no one around, don't you?
Believe me, you're plenty of commotion all by yourself. There's something nearby. Magic isn't the answer to everything, huh?
If it was, Athia wouldn't be in this mess.
True that.
That's better. Also grab this random lore piece. And more defense. Yeah, ignoring the random dots for chests, it looks like this photo spot's the only one right nearby that I need to worry about.
We're here.
That really was miraculously fast.
I should probably mark it, because I do need to use the ability to get to it. Also, I haven't finished any of these. I wanted to see which ones I had, because I kind of forgot. Yeah, 3 enemies deal the final blow. I am being called because I think food is done. So, although I did just have a break very recently, I need to be right back for another few minutes. I'll be back. Okay, back. So after this, I'll focus on story. Then I can chip away my food while waiting for cutscenes to go through. So I imagine back in Sepal there will probably be quite a few.
We might be able to take a nice picture for those kids around here. Gotta get a good angle.
Got the photo, and that's 20.
Can't wait to show this to the kids.
They'll certainly have plenty to be excited about.
Okay, so no trophy for 20, maybe it was 25 or 30. That's pretty much every major collectible in this corner of the map. At least the ones that I have to worry about, because Refuge and Belfries are optional, and there's only one cave somewhere. And I can also ignore mutants. So yeah, somewhere in here there's a cave that probably has like a chest. And I think I can just ignore it. Or it might be Fortress. But either way, back to wherever main story is, which it looks like is way up here.
And what if I am a Tanta's daughter? How am I supposed to tell everybody?
Might I suggest that you don't? The people have turned against the Tantas. I'm not sure they'd be overjoyed to discover that you're part of the family.
Yeah, they don't exactly spread sunshine and cheer wherever they go, huh?
Sooner or later, you'll have a big decision to make, you know?
You mean whether or not I should kill my mother?
When the time comes, whatever you decide, I'll be there with you to do what needs to be done.
For now, let's go and see if we can get some answers out of dear old Bob.
Okay, so ideally I should turn in the photos first, so I'll try to avoid the quest spot.
What's happening?
Do you have more pictures of outside?
Oh yeah, a ton of them.
They're so pretty. I've never seen anything like them.
Wow! Thank you so much!
You're very welcome. Hey, old man. How's it going?
Tip-top, young Frey. Tip-top.
Hang in there. I need you to fight through this.
The fight is yours now.
But
I know. I know. You want to go back home, my child. Push.
not just Foosh. I have so many questions.
I see. You seem to have already found your way home.
You knew?
Wasn't sure until now. Your eyes. Protect Athia. Huh?
Okay, so apparently third chapter done for this stream. So 10, 11, and 12 I think are the only chapters I have left. And then I think 13 is like the open world, just clean everything up chapter.
Fuck! Break Bob was my last shot at getting out of this place. Now I'm stuck in this insanity.
Apologies if my father's death has inconvenienced you.
That's not what I meant.
No? I have lost the father who I only was just reunited with. Who I was hoping to spend more time with. Who was all I had left. I'm sorry that's been so hard on you.
No, I didn't.
Didn't what? Think? No, your only concern is for yourself.
That's...
My people have lost so much. They can't just get out of this insanity. This is their home. My home. But don't let our grief and assured destruction get in the way of your self-pity.
Okay, that's fair.
Fair? You want to talk about fair? What's unfair is the only person capable of helping us is too self-absorbed to do so.
I've shed blood for this place.
Our people welcomed you. They were frightened. Rightfully so. But they still welcomed you.
They needed me.
What's wrong with that? People need each other. We help one another without complaint. It's the Athian way. Not that I should have expected you to understand that. After all, you're not one of us.
No. No, you know what? You are right. I didn't grow up here. I didn't have a community that supported me. I couldn't go and drink with my friends at the bar. I couldn't go outside and play with the kids. I couldn't walk on beautiful landscapes. I didn't have a mother or a father that wanted me or loved me. So no, I don't care what happens to Athia. If it's saved or if it burns, I don't give a shit because this place is not my home. Just leave. Leave! With fucking pleasure.
Could have gone a little easier on her.
Stay out of it.
Her father just...
Yes, I know what happened.
You need to pull yourself together.
Don't tell me what to do. I am sick of killing myself for everybody else. Why can't I just do what I want for once?
You are an Athian. You should want what they want.
Fuck no! I may have been born here, but I am a New Yorker through and through, asshole, and there is no place like home. I am not giving up. I am finding a way out of here. There's gotta be something in those archives.
Frey, please, if we could just take a moment.
No more moments. No more from you.
Also, apparently there's events I missed. I should have probably checked that before I came up here. Then.
Huh.
Someone's warming to you?
Whatever. Let's go. Thought I'd find you here.
And I get him.
Huh.
It's not running away for once.
Well, it can sit there all it wants. Olivia's not coming back. I'd love to see her too, believe me. But... sorry.
Frey. Are you all right? The poor creature was only trying to...
I don't care. It's not my problem anymore. Nothing here is. I am done with this place.
I'll say there's 2 event spots over here.
All right? Stop and have a drink, why don't you?
Can't believe you're still keeping this place going.
The town won't survive without it.
Yeah, I get it, but...
Look, it's simple. None of us know when we're gonna die, right? And what do you need to get you through the day in a world where that's true?
believe me, you're asking the wrong person.
Hope, that's what. That, or a good stiff drink. Suppose a miracle cure wouldn't go amiss either. Anyway, something to help you believe that tomorrow will be better than today. Robian, Alden, all of us. That's what we're looking for. You notice, eh? Yeah, it'll probably taste a little different from normal. We've run out of the old Aberwarlet spice, see? So I've given things a little Visorian twist instead. Not quite the quality you're used to, but good enough to keep this place going.
Does it really taste that much worse?
How the fuck should I know? I'm not an expert in this shit.
Could the days of the legendary good stuff truly be at an end?
Come again, eh?
And it is saying the event is up here, so I guess I could have gone back in for more experience. Wait, I can turn that in?
Why she gotta be like this? What am I saying? She's always been like this.
And yet you're leaving her a gift.
I don't have to explain shit to you.
Another 100 points, and there's at least one more event I see. I'm assuming that detour is just for photos, so I can ignore that one. Let's mark that one. Should also see if the sewing kit is available yet. Just to know that whenever it does become available, if I can buy it.
There must be more about the Tirana in the archives. I just need to find it. Doesn't need to be much. Just some kind of hint. Something to tell me where to look next.
Pretty sure he's the one who I trained statues for. But just wanted to check. Oh yes, I need 2 more for that. And that'll be a trophy. But I need those to become active before I can do that.
Anything take your... Nothing tickling your fancy, eh?
A bookshop.
What would you like? Nothing for you?
So yeah, it seems like whatever shop I need is just not available yet. And that's kind of why I was a bit confused, because I just saw old coins pop up for other things. I feel like it was faster coming down this tower than it was going up.
What brings you here? So the old man is finally dead. What do I care?
Why did you hate him so much?
The people suffered, and still he thought of nothing but his precious research. He abandoned us all.
Yeah, to try and find a way to help you. And he found one. How is that wrong?
What good are such temporary measures when people continue to die? They are meaningless. Can you not see that?
But he was far from the only guilty party. Our own Tanta was as bad. Worse, in fact. As the corruption spread, what did she do? She simply vanished. That's right. We were abandoned. Junoon was left to rot by the very woman charged with protecting it.
Oh, you dare look upon me that way. I spit on your pity. Go and get out of my sight. I can't stand to look at you.
Not the happiest of fellows, eh?
Must be tough, feeling like your Tanta abandoned you.
Wonder if there's a quicker way down, or do I have to go all the way back down the stairs? 'Cause I can't really jump. Can't tell if jumping's any faster. I think I'll just run. Seems like jumping's a little bit slower. But that seems like every event that's available to me now. And just a quick check to be sure. Oh yeah, no other event spots other than near the archives. There's probably one. If it's anything like the last one.
You knew I was Sinta's daughter. But you still believed I could save this place. Why? Sure wish I could ask you to your face, Bob.
Another 50 points.
If only I could have protected you. I know I can't change anything now, but still wish I could have spoken to you one last time.
Okay, so that's both of those. And now for story.
Give me everything you got in the goddamn Tirana.
Still hell-bent on leaving, I see.
Yes, I'm not wanted here. Auden made that clear. My dear old mother made that very clear when she...
When she?
When she banished me from Athia. Yeah. Your dear Tanta of love is my dear darling mother. The same woman who tossed me through Tirana the first fucking chance she got.
Makes sense.
What? Excuse me? I just told you I'm the living heir to her Tanta, and you look at me like I've done the fucking dishes?
Well, you clearly don't think much of your lineage, so why should I? Perhaps you haven't noticed, but I'm sat here scrambling, trying to fix a cataclysm. So if you're not here to help, then good riddance to you.
Yeah, that sounds about right. People only give a shit when they want something from you.
Being an heir to a Tanta is an honor, not a curse. If you can't understand that already, there are plenty of books here that will teach you what it truly means. You'll have plenty of time to read them when we're all dead.
The guilt trip isn't working. I am done helping a world that doesn't want me here.
And there you have it. Sorry, if you came here looking for a way to get home, all your answers died with Robian. There's only one woman left in the world that might have something of use to you. Go and take your inquiries up with your mother. Janoon is that way.
But
Tanta's blessings go with you.
To Janoon, then?
guess we don't have much choice. Joe is right. Cinta must know about the Tiranas. I'll either make her send me back to New York, or one of us will kill the other. Whatever happens, this fucking saga will be over.
I'm not so sure that's a good idea. Why don't we go and visit Tanta Olas in Visoria first instead? We can end her madness and fortify ourselves with her power before facing your mother.
This is not a democracy. You don't get a vote.
Oh, and you might as well take this.
Another necklace. Is a Ardent to Fray by Joe Hetty, increases the effects of Frey's signature purple magic.
What is it?
Auden had me make it. Said she wanted to make sure you stayed safe.
Did she?
She did. Now get lost!
And any more spots before I leave? Probably as I walk out the door, then more will open up.
You do know it's bad to lie to children. You owe them an apology.
I'll add them to the list.
It's looking pretty long.
Okay, now it's showing 2 events back there, so apparently I did miss something, or something else opened up. Okay, there's the other one.
The people come here to pay their respects to Tanta Prav, the very one who died by your hand. Which of our beloved rulers will you kill next, I wonder? Olas? Cinta?
It's nothing to do with me anymore. I'm leaving for good this time.
Nothing to do with you. You murdered my mistress.
Look,
Take this. True power can only be wielded by those prepared to see their duty done. Tanta Sila said those words when she gave me that.
You trying to tell me something?
Your duty is not yet done, and it will follow you wherever you go. You would do well to remember that.
The noble councilwoman would seem to have something of a grudge against you, but not so much of a one that she can't be convinced to...
Didn't I tell you? This shit has nothing to do with me anymore.
I think you might have mentioned it, yes. Well, excuse me.
More lore. Just inching closer to that 80% I need. Only there was a way for me to actually view how much I have. And now I should be good to go. At least until it tells me the more stuff open up.
Is there really no way of convincing you to go and face Tanta Olas first?
I said no.
Facing your mother will be hard, Frey. Harder than you can imagine. You should prepare as best you can. Olas's power would
Olas is their problem, not mine. Got it? Huh? Homer. Oh. Aren't I glad to see you?
Okay.
I keep wondering how Alice was so sure at the end that the whole thing was a dream. What if Wonderland was the part that was real? She just loves this stuff. Oh, nice. The new one's out today. Should grab one on the way home. Ah, my favorite kicks. As always, I could stare at you guys all day. Shit, never made it to the gym. Oh well, I'll go tomorrow. Hey.
Hey! Wow, you look like you're out late last night.
Wow, thank you. No, I just slept like shit. I had the weirdest...
Hey! Watch where you're going! Sorry, what were you saying?
No, you're good. I don't even know. I couldn't explain it if I tried.
Are you okay?
Yeah?
Do you want to grab lunch? I'm headed to Hell's Kitchen for an interview.
Oh, nice. Where at?
Supports this new startup.
Yeah, I think I've heard of that, actually.
Yeah, they're looking for a graphic designer. They called me this morning. So, lunch?
I can't. Rain check. I've got to be at the Athean in an hour.
Fine, well, hit me up when you're done, okay?
All right, sounds good. Good luck.
Thank you.
I hope her interview goes well. All right, let's roll.
I gotta say, this is not what I expected for this chapter.
Hey, Frey! Thanks for fixing that light switch the other day.
Don't worry about it. It was nothing.
I'll bring you over some strudel when you get back. It's the least I can do.
Ah, thank you.
I'll bring you over some strudel when you get back.
Where you headed, kiddo?
I'm going out to grab a coffee.
Nice. Have a good one.
You too.
Okay, I thought that door was open for a second.
One Kanish. Keep the change.
Yesterday a pretzel. Today a Knish. You are too kind, my dear.
It's the least I can do.
Is there really Archer being too nice?
I could like totally go for an ice cream right now.
What are you guys plotting?
Huh? Oh, shit. It's Frey.
You two really need to start getting your act together. You know that.
We won't be causing any more trouble. We promise.
Fuck it. Let's go, Chrissy.
Be safe, girls.
Frey, hey! I'm so glad I ran into you.
Hey.
I'm wondering if you want to take up some extra shifts. The foster kids have really taken to you.
Wow. Yeah, great. They're great kids.
Wonderful. You are such a good role model for them. I have to run. Balette and Janesh got into some trouble last night.
Damn, really?
Hopefully they're going to release them into my custody, and then you'll talk to them for me?
Definitely.
Thanks, Frey. I'm going to email you your new hours.
For sure. Oh, shoot. I'm late. I gotta hurry.
Wow. It's gonna be this sunny all week. Maybe I'll skip the subway and watch TV. Hope Mom and Dad make it here on time.
Huh?
Worst hangover ever.
Damn. Still need to go order that thing.
Am I seeing things?
I just love buying gifts for the hero culture.
Hey. I'm so sorry I'm late.
Hi, you beautiful. Oh, can you believe this weather, huh? Sitting outside in the middle of winter.
Global warming, it's...
Come on, darling, we're not saving the world today. Let's enjoy the moment, huh? Us being together. Oh, and it's almost your birthday, so I hope you like it.
Thanks.
I love our mother-daughter lunches.
Hello, and welcome to the Athian. I'm afraid the coffee here is not authentic and full of artificial sweeteners.
Wow. It's almost like you don't want us to drink here.
Yes, the owner is very duplicitous. Get out while you can.
I'm sorry. Excuse us.
This place is not what it seems. Wake up, Frey, before it's too late.
My goodness, how we ever got into this place. They need to vet their employees better, huh?
I never told him my name. Wait. Something's off. This... You. You left me. You abandoned me.
It had to be done. You must understand the sacrifice.
Sacrifice? I was a baby. Left to fend for myself. You have no idea what I went through. I have no sympathy for a mother who tosses her baby away like it's garbage. I am the victim here.
Sadly, we are all victims. Robbed of a life together, a life that would have taught you how to care for others.
It's overrated. I learned something that's far more important, and that's to look out for numero uno. This whole thing is a lie. And there's only one person capable of creating a false reality. Isn't that right, Olas? All right. Cut the bullshit and let me out of here.
You know I can't do that.
You created this, so I'll say it again. Cut the bullshit and let me the fuck out of here.
I will not accept the same fate as my sisters.
Ray! Finally!
Where the fuck have you been?
I will explain later. First, let's find a way out of this mad woman's nightmare.
Is she gone?
No, I can still feel her presence. We just can't see her. Be careful, Frey.
I'll try, but we need to get the fuck out of this shithole.
Land summon enemies in phantom form. They'll continue to do so indefinitely, but destroying them will also wipe out the illusions they've created.
What's with the lamp? This isn't from the New York Times.
If anything seems out of place, probably a hint at what's behind the illusion.
Whoa!
The lamp seems to be able to
Also,
out of thin air.
I should be using shield.
Hurry up and break it.
While fighting these. Ray is falling, you cannot progress.
Disappeared when I broke the lamp.
It must have been amplifying her illusory powers somehow.
All right, point me to the exit. I just want out of this illusion.
Unfortunately, it's not quite that simple. This is Olas's world. We have no choice but to play by her rules. Just keep moving for now. We'll work it out as we go along.
Copy that.
Also more random magic spots.
Oh. We got this. Back off.
Don't know if I'm going to be able to bait these two into attacking me very easily.
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage.
Sorry, not sorry.
Seems like I can just pretty safely attack this. I'll see if they approach me while attacking.
Got one for ya.
Okay, there's one.
Got you on your toes now.
I don't think killing them is getting us anywhere.
I don't think that counted. Bear is fallen, I can progress.
Look at that. The barrier's down.
Must
Actually,
have
it
been
did.
connected to the lamp somehow.
tried to get through to you, but I couldn't seem to reach you directly.
So it was you sending me all those weird messages.
I will have to decide what I level next. Part of me wants to grab the last shield just so I can finish up one of the skill trees. The other part of me thinks I should go for building up one of the newer ones, maybe water.
Shit! How do we get out of here?
Smash the lamp. That should weaken Olas's influence.
There's so many of them.
Don't waste time fighting more.
Three enemies in a single strike. Okay, so that was a nice group to get that done on.
Smash the lantern, or they'll just keep coming.
Kind of wanna...
Judgment time.
Not that one. Like, this seems like a pretty good group to get this one done on. So I don't know how frequently I'm gonna run into big groups of zombies, and those are by far the easiest enemies to fight. Still need 7 enemies. I'll probably do 2 groups, like this one, and then I'll go for a fire ability to finish up that one.
Try this for size.
And I got it. And I got the buff for that one. Boost damage and boost red magic. At least they're being a little bit generous with these magic spots.
Useless up above you first. See if you can find a way out.
Bullseye!
Don't think I'll get 2 out of these. Unless they all group up like they are. feeling shield probably won't work on this one.
Damn.
Because even if I did manage to land a counter, they'll probably be too far away for it to actually do anything. Nice mana points. Almost enough for another big ability. Lanterns can be damaged due to a protective barrier that surrounds them. In order to remove the barrier, all the illusions created by the lantern must be destroyed. You need to be quick, the barrier will regenerate before long.
Like I'm doing shit to this lamp.
I'm not sure how exactly, but I think the monsters are protecting it.
So we need to get rid of them first? Great, got it. Yeah. Oh. Got him. Heads up.
Now or never.
This'll be good.
Something's not right. Quickly, Frank, destroy the lantern.
And I got it.
Olivia? No. It can't be. You're not real.
Barrier's falling, you cannot progress.
Why didn't you save me?
No, I tried, but...
Snap out of it, Frank. Olivia died, remember?
Oh, that might be enough for another big ability. Or I save up for level 3 of that one. I think I'm just gonna grab this and try to max out the skill tree first. Because that leaves one ability that I haven't found. That ability, which is fairly cheap, and that ability, which is just a crafting one, so those are really easy to level.
Another barrier?
Looks like Olas's handiwork.
Okay.
Those ones seem to be moving quite quickly.
Yeah, but let's not forget it. This city is my turf. We're the ones with the advantage here. Worth a shot. Gotcha.
Want to see what these are weak against. Weak against Prav's magic. And strong against fire.
Yep.
Focus on the enemy first.
Ooh, that's gotta hurt.
They have a lot of health.
Oh, this little protection never hurts.
I actually don't know if it's worth trying to match the element for these ones.
How about this?
because I haven't buffed my water magic at all. Because I think even doing just neutral damage is better than using water right now. There's supposedly one enemy somewhere.
Yeah. Give that lamp one more. Whoa.
Barry has fallen.
Did you hear something?
I believe it came from near the cafe.
Maybe the alley? I've been here before, in more ways than one.
Memory of the good old days in New York?
Something like that. Call it deja vu. Except this time, I can fight back. This one looks stronger than the others.
Then you'll just have to show it we're not to be messed with.
Exactly what I was thinking. I am on a roll right now.
Want to see what they're weak against. Bray's magic is extra bad. Sila's is weakened, and Prav's is the only one that does neutral damage. It is a problem for me. Because I can't upgrade anything there. Okay, so it only does like 9 per hit. Compared to, let's see, Phrase, which does 15, despite having them be double strong against it.
My ace in the hole. We got this. Let's settle the shit.
A lot of damage. And couldn't dodge out of the way of that one.
Yep. Nope, not working.
Bad time to try that. Maybe I just go spears. Try to play it safe. I did forget about the boulder attack.
Oh, come on. Oh. Come on.
Don't like getting this far away from the bell while trying to knock this one down.
That's not doing much.
And I forgot about the boulder.
Ready?
And they have a lot of health.
Now's your chance. your guilt against you. Don't let her get inside your head.
Barrier's fallen. Yeah, basically what I've learned is, as soon as I get out of this, I really need to try to upgrade my gear to see if I can get more water stuff.
Keen to revisit the past?
Not exactly. I was just thinking, that's all. Hindsight's a beautiful thing.
Unless I randomly find enough pools here to buff my current abilities. So I think the one charge for water is not good.
Olas, I will not let you fuck with me. Let me out of this place.
Go ahead, jump. You would be better off. Isn't that what you believe? I can see it so clearly in your mind. You feel you lack purpose. A place in the world. I mean, who would miss you? Who cares? If you live or die.
I care.
They will let you down. They always do in the end, just as you have let others down. Auden, Johidi, people of Sapar, and Homer. Better if you die here. Now. No one will ever even have to know.
Don't listen, Frey. I care. I'm with you.
No. No. No, this is another one of your mind games. Isn't that right, Olas? Huh? What's the matter? Too scared to face me yourself? Shit.
Olas is trying to keep you here. And if you die here, you'll be trapped forever.
Great. What? If it looks like she's getting to me again?
Oh, weak to water, great.
I'll be here to make you see sense, don't worry.
Yeah.
Both Syla and Prav died by your hand, but I have no intention of killing you. I just want you to see.
There it is.
Okay, so that's really good if I can actually land a hit.
All better. This'll
What do you gain by saving Althea?
Just throw up as many support things as I can.
Rest, Frey. Rest.
You can't make me. Okay.
Nice big heal there.
Surrender to the corruption within you.
So you can trap me in this surrealist shit show? No thanks. This'll do it. Great. It's invisible. Just what I needed.
If you don't stop whining, you'll never hear it coming.
You're just being used, Frey. Why can't you see?
Okay.
I feel like the water super's not going to do much unless they happen to be already where it is.
I see your weariness, the burden you bear. There is no need to suffer.
To the left! Take a moment to focus.
That one, no abilities there.
You could have it all
enticing. But you got one thing wrong. I hate cops.
In front of you.
Yup. All right.
The truth is a double-edged sword.
What's that weird light?
Something nasty, I'm sure. Be careful. Don't let it force you into an unfavorable position.
Got you on your toes now.
I get the feeling that this isn't like the real boss who I need to be worried about.
Damn it.
In front of you.
It's lightning out air. I do remember seeing some references to lightning abilities.
You're mine.
Big heal there. The elemental guess was based on Avatar.
Thank you, Sila.
Overall, it's usually pretty a safe guess.
Incoming. In front of you.
Especially given I feel like the starting element's earth and then it immediately goes to fire and water.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Get back.
Do not resist.
Yep. You're gonna love
And I got him.
My faithful servant.
Guess you weren't such hot shit after all.
I thought its death would free us from this illusion, but nothing's changed.
Wait, you're not saying we're stuck here forever? Oh, this one.
If I teach you one thing, Prav,
huh?
It will be that nothing but despair awaits you.
What the? That thing's supposed to be dead. Oh. Now I can't hear anything.
Really? What about now?
Cov? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine. Focus on the ground.
To not get hit by that.
Just peachy.
Let's take this big hit.
All set. This'll do it. Try this for size. Ah! I can't see anything.
Just calm down. It can't last forever.
I'll kill you 100 times if I have to.
Let's see Olas try to stop us now.
Good night. Yeah. Bring in the paint. Okay.
I do have enough for a charge. Except I whiffed.
Their quantity's no match for our quality, would you say?
Abso-fucking-lutely. My magic's gone weird.
Try a different spell.
Can't use attack magic.
I can't. Huh. Oh, magic's back to normal.
Glad to hear it. Care to start putting it to use?
Heads up. Right on the money. I am not giving up. My ace in the hole. Huh. Okay.
Let's do something to get rid of some of these.
This ought to be good.
Frey, are you with me?
You ready? That'll do. We got this.
Like this is the way to go.
Try this for size. Oh, fuck.
Frey, hang in there.
That'll do it. Clones? Just what I needed.
where's the boss? Over there.
I'm blind again!
You'll just have to rely on your ears.
What do you think I am, a bat? Let's get back in this. Here we go again!
And I think I wasted my super at one point. So I was trying to catch all three of them while they're in front of me. Okay, they don't have a lot of health, so I can get rid of the clones pretty easily. Especially if I do that.
You have to dodge at just the right moment.
Okay, can't use attack magic. I also didn't realize I could shoot that trap to activate it. So that was by accident.
Ready?
Get closer. It's that force field again, Frey.
I noticed. Stay away, right?
Precisely.
Two hits back to back seem to be the limit there.
Ready?
Too slow.
And I got him again.
So it's a new trick if you want to outsmart us.
Ugh,
Are you alright?
what the hell was that?
Tanta Olas used her abilities to penetrate your psyche. She exploited your deepest desires. But it's over now.
Are you sure?
Yes, this is reality.
Okay, and where in reality are we exactly?
Well, by the looks of it, Visoria. Olas's realm.
Is that her castle?
I believe so. Anyway, what next?
We're going after her.
Okay. Another section done. Is that the end of the chapter? And another level. That was the end of the chapter. Chapter 11, we got the title drop.
Hey, Cuff. This place isn't much to look at, huh?
The entire realm is usually under the sway of Olas's powers. Not much need for decoration when you can make it appear however you please.
Well, whatever fake shit she conjures up this time, she's still going down. It's weird. There was a part of Tanta Olas that seemed, I don't know, sane? Lucid.
I don't see how. The corruption has been wearing away at the Tanta's minds for years now.
Yeah, just all that stuff about sacrifices and victims. You think there was any truth behind it?
She's broken inside. She was playing with your emotions. She would have said anything to keep you under her spell.
I guess. So what happens after?
After what?
Say I kill all the Tantas, then what?
Their mad rule is over. You win.
Okay, great, but what happens then? To Athia, I mean.
Why does that matter?
Well, look around you. The place is screwed. It's not like, poof, all better. The break stays even when the Tantas die. It just stops getting worse.
Okay. New locations opened up. Castle over there.
What's the matter? Still disoriented from the illusion?
This'll be a good one.
They dropped me off right next to a photo spa, which is nice.
That's that.
Yes, that'll do. Beyond the door, she was greeted by the most unimaginable sight.
An actual bed.
And probably some more destinations. Another refuge up there. Another one down there, right on the way. One way over there.
It's about time you learned something.
So given my current abilities, I'm probably going to want to go this one. Attack by barging into enemies. I'm guessing that just means I need to walk into them. But if I complete that one, then there's only 2 abilities left that I have.
All right, let's get on with it.
And I need to stop at the crafting table to see if I can upgrade any of my other magics. Ideally, if I can get water particularly high, I feel like that's going to help me with a lot of the enemies I struggle with still.
Could've let me sleep a little longer.
You told me to wake you up.
Already got all the potions, so I can craft these. Not enough for any new pouches. Yeah, blue magic is at 0 for this one. That's better. And I ran out of resources for that one. So not nearly as good as my other 2 magics yet, but notably better overall. I need to do that one.
Sound like what we're doing is fun.
Forgive me for trying to lighten your mood. It's just up ahead.
Uh-huh. Not bad, I guess.
Yes, ought to come in handy.
So I think the next thing I'm gonna build is some water abilities.
Let's try not to be here when it arrives.
It may be too late for that.
Don't worry, this'll be quick.
I do hope so.
Also, I think that was the chest I saw on the map. So yeah, now just go for the labyrinth.
sure is something.
And in we go.
This place gives me the creeps.
Stay on your guard. I sense enemies ahead.
I might have enough magic to already look into getting some upgrades. Arrow that breaks up in midair. Or a single charge shot. I think I want that one. Just doing a quick scan to see if anything randomly pops up while I'm traveling. Seems like a no.
Not a great welcome.
At least you got a welcome.
Very weak against water.
Whatever helps get this over with. Right on the money. Ah. This'll do it. I got just the thing.
Get out of the way.
Oh, come on.
Said to take out enemies by just walking into them, and I don't fully know what it means. Attack by barging into enemies.
I sometimes wonder what you think I'm here for, you know.
I sometimes wonder how come a little guy like you makes such a good shield. Think I might be getting a taste for this stuff.
There are worse habits, I suppose.
Apparently that's counting, and I don't really know what I'm doing.
Back off! Yes, that's it.
Well, that's 2 more for the credit there.
What's this doing here?
Who cares? I'll take it.
Like, I'm guessing it's just I need to run into enemies until they, like, nudge me. And then it counts as me barging into them. That's kind of the best I got. And I just need to make sure that 70 of the random pellets hit enemies.
Oh shit, so many of them.
You know what to do.
Yeah. Gotcha. Oh. Oh. Ah.
Let me at it.
Let's maybe do this, and then maybe try a few of these.
Bullseye. Good, right?
I wouldn't say good exactly.
Ugh, get the fuck back.
At least somebody loves you.
Path splits here.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage. This is very clearly an optional path.
Dead end.
Then I suppose we turn back.
Check this out.
Perhaps it was worth coming here after all.
There is something over there.
Yes.
Not bad.
And that seems to be everything in here that I can see.
Nice. Always good in a pinch.
Do try not to waste it.
No marks down there, so I think I'm good to go. I think this is boss.
All right, let's dance.
Or not.
Dance, I assume you mean batter one another until someone falls over.
Ooh, that's gotta hurt.
Okay, apparently barging into enemies just means use the ability, and then go near them.
We got this. Ooh, damn.
Doubt many attacks will be getting through this.
I specifically need to wait for counters if I want to get credit for the one that I just finished. Okay, so that one didn't count,
Got you on your toes now.
but that one counted. So I think, like, if the shield is touching them when I release it, then it counts for barging into them. And that could either be through a counter, or just me being very close. I actually didn't mean to do that. Also, I didn't hold it.
Oh yeah. There it is.
Almost got it. One more.
All done.
And there it is. So now only one left is Spear Strike to beat 3 enemies.
Nope, not working.
But it's not good against these, so it's not worth doing.
Right in the sweet spot. Did we just run?
Don't be silly. You can do it.
3 doors to go through. This one very clearly has a chest in it. And a few more magic spots.
Dead end.
Then I suppose.
Oh, that works.
Oof, that was kind of tough.
Let's see. What do we got here?
Okay, still less than 20.
Who cares? I'll take it.
I think I would actually be done with coins if I had known what I needed to buy beforehand. But since I didn't really look exactly what I needed, I'm now very far behind.
this is the end of the road.
Back we go. Check this out.
Perhaps it was worth coming here after all.
A whole bunch of magic there. Maybe I'll spend some of that. I can either buff my area of effect one, or I can buff my single target one. I think I want single target. So ideally, that'll give me a big stack of things to work for in water once I finish up the few quests I have now.
Do run away if your death seems imminent.
Very weak against fire, very resistant to stone, neutral on water.
Not joking, are you?
Okay.
There. Want to see a magic trick? What do you think I am? Superhuman? Much obliged.
Oof.
Was that a thank you?
Undo.
Very winged dog. That went way further than I thought it was gonna.
Put yourself together.
No.
Let's do a quick roll there. I was hoping that fire would at least slow them down, but they just jumped over it. Also, I did forget to turn this in, but it also is for an ability that I'm not going to use this fight. But it is a free magic boost. At least for purple magic.
You're surprisingly quick on the uptake, you know.
Maybe I just use up all of my earth-based buffs, and then I go for the win. Or go for my other abilities mainly. Because I should be able to build up meter much faster in this one.
Listen to me, Frey.
Yeah, no need. Get the fuck out of here, right? Yep. Come on. Whoa.
Look out.
My ace in the hole. Oh,
I think it's that one ability there that really throws me off.
there it is. Oh, come on.
Also, it seems like I need to not be in melee.
Good. Because it tasted like crap.
Right on the money.
It is like a quarter of their health if I land a full charge.
Ready for some punishment? How about this? Ha! Ha!
Feel pain, you know.
Let me guess. Mentally at least.
You know me so well.
I feel like the chances of me hitting the same spot if it requires that much accuracy is very low. But it also just does a bunch of damage by default.
My ace in the hole.
on back into that.
Got you on your toes now. Yeah. Gotcha. You're gonna love. Whoa! Did we just?
Yes, now finish the job.
Big stabbies, and we win.
You need to be a little more patient.
You done stating the obvious? Ooh, nice find.
No clear sign of potions. So I think I can just go. Unless I happen to see one on the way out.
Wonder what stories you've got to tell. Where were they taking it?
Wherever it was, I bet they were trying to gather all the parts in a single location.
And at the cloak. Ancient garment is hidden away in the deepest depths of the dungeon. Increases critical rate when surge magic is fully charged. Causes critical hits to occasionally poison enemies. Probably will never use it. It means I can use my super to get the effect of it. But another labyrinth done. Still no trophy pop for those, so I feel like I still have a lot left.
What's this?
Also, I have enough magic to, or enough materials to complete another crafting quest. I think I need to go through my skill tree to see where I can get some of the abilities that I'm still missing.
Wow, that was quick. Oh, never seen that book before.
Oh, I need to be in fire. Need to accept this one. Strike enemies from afar, defeat enemies that are vulnerable. I'm gonna end up getting out 3 spear ones to finish those up.
Alright, let's do this.
Probably want to boost red magic for now, because it's going to be the one I'm using for a bit.
Nice.
And got the point for that one. Increase upper improvement limit and better magic. So now to grab the last spear one.
You do like your reading.
Okay.
All right, let's get on with it.
So now my goal is gonna be to basically finish up one line at a time. But I still do have stuff I can craft. I need more potions. I need one more nugget to get more medicine, and 2 more feathers to get more materials. And since I mentioned it before, let's see where some of these abilities are that are available. Pranos, the mustering ground. So somewhere way off to the southwest from here. That just gives me, looks like a little bit of light. That gives me more stamina. Well, even faster with a well-timed button press. Press circle at just the right moment. This one I can definitely reach, but I cannot fast travel at the moment. So I guess I can't reach it. So no reason to go through more of those if I can't leave. Ah. I see. Didn't mean to skip through that. If it's a tutorial, I actually would like to view it. Certain nightmares are even more terrifying than the standard counterparts, thanks to their prodigious size. Freya would have hope of defeating them until she's perfected her fighting skills. If you run into one, don't feel bad. Don't feel the need to be afraid, just focus on getting out alive.
My ace in the hole. Thank you, Scylla. My ace in the hole. Try this for size.
I mean, on one hand,
I'm in trouble here.
that was a lot of damage.
And heal yourself.
I don't know where the giant one is, which is a bit weird.
Ready for this? Back in the game.
If I can get rid of all the birds, I think I can focus on some of the other enemies.
Something's draining my powers.
I'd avoid wasting any spells for the moment if I were you.
Huh. Oh, this. Right in the spot. Ah. Oof. Bring it!
I knew that I only had a level 1 for that one, so I figured I might as well use it. Big explosion there. And I do wish I actually knew where the giant one supposedly was. I see a health bar. Don't like when I see a health bar, but don't know where they are. It appeared when I went this way. Oh, it's over there. Neutral to all magic. You strike before it unleashes whatever it's building up to. Lose the initiative here and you're done for.
Trying this for size. Enjoy.
Gonna set that there real quick.
Yeah. Specialty all afraid. You might want to run.
Okay. That's a lot of lasers.
Yep. Yep.
It's just a whole bunch of enemies happening.
Get out of the way.
Like, I wish there wasn't also like 30 different enemies on the screen. I think this enemy by itself would be fine. It's just there's effectively an entire army here that I also have to deal with.
Oh yeah.
And it seems like they respawn. That was a lot of damage.
Bad, right? If you know that, then why aren't you doing something?
Whoa.
least it seems like I cleared out some of the enemies.
Time for some pain. Oh.
And I guess the other problem is the boss is moving, so even if I do clear out the enemies, there is some degree of they're just going to run and find somebody else to help them. Gotta poison off. Almost out of potions. Bunch of enemies running after me. I don't know what just happened.
Done, I guess.
You almost sound disappointed.
Who, me? Hell no. That was plenty.
I think I lost the enemy because I ran out of time. I mean, I didn't think I was gonna win.
Straight up amazing, am I right?
But that was a little bit of a rough way to end that fight. I would have almost preferred just straight up losing the fight instead of having the boss despawn. I guess I'll grab the belfry there. I didn't realize running through one of those mana spots refills on my stamina. Okay, photo spot way over there. Another photo spot way over there. Monument. 2 areas with a cloak. And then that's back the way I came. Feel like I should grab the spot over here.
Don't worry. I'm not about to get tricked by another one of her illusions.
I'll raise the alarm if I see anything suspicious.
Thanks. That would actually be helpful.
And I get the feeling now I should be able to fast travel anywhere. It might have been the storm that was blocking me.
What happens to you when all this is over?
I can't say with any certainty. But let's not worry about me for now. We have places to be.
Copy that.
New location added way up there somewhere.
Thinking of making something?
And blue's ready to get higher for... Okay. I don't think I got any new major crafting things, so I can just go for this. I don't think I finished any of the quests.
Goodbye, bed. Love you.
You could take the covers with you as a souvenir.
So I want that photo spot. And then I might as well get the stat spot while I'm there.
Oh yeah, I like that.
I have no idea of how many just random points of interest I've been to. Or how many pieces of armor I have.
Kids around here.
You're the expert.
All right, let's take this photo.
I see a fast travel point over there.
Nice.
Passable.
Maybe I grab the fast travel point first.
Might as well pocket this. This should be easy enough.
If only that were true of every battle.
And just see if there's anything randomly around here. There is a memory spot. Which I do need to do that. A nail design there, which I'll need. I was gonna grab that one on the way back, but I also don't mind skipping it. I think I need to get the fort first. And I'm really at the point where I need to be as greedy as I can for these magic points. Because I have hundreds of possible things I could spend it on. Not hundreds, but like hundreds of points I need. And if I finish this chapter, I'm going to assume that I'm going to get a whole nother skill tree.
Good chance to flex our muscles.
I never said we're going. Oh, this.
Well, do something.
Ready?
Okay, I got enemies from afar done. None of these enemies are vulnerable.
Think we might need to take a step back.
So there's not really any reason for me to use spears on these ones.
Ooh, damn. Here it comes.
So there's apparently a lot more enemies over here.
Ah, yeah.
So I can get potentially multiple enemies here. I just need to not be at an angle.
I don't mind. Keeps me on my toes.
Do you think you might consider getting hit a little less?
What do you think I am? Superhuman?
I think that was only 2.
Alright!
I only see one group of 3.
You need to try this cock. Good taste?
Okay, maybe 2.
Seriously? I guess I could
Actually didn't mean to use the super there. Let's try and do summon soldiers.
More? How is this fair?
I'm not sure they're having a great time either. Well, this is bad.
Fuck, 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 fuck!
I can't protect you like this.
Fucking no already!
Gonna go ahead and do disperse just to get rid of the birds.
Look at this.
Doesn't seem like this is a good place to get spear.
Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Got you on your toes now.
Bunch of flying enemies around.
Like that. Got him.
I hope that's all it does.
Need an assist.
The perfect defense.
Yep, let's kick some ass. Yeah.
And that's all of them. As I thought to calm the power of ice. Occasionally causes attack magic spells charged beyond a certain level to stop enemies where they stand.
Had to work a little there.
That sounds interesting, but it also... I guess depends on how long the stun actually is. Because if it stops it for like 5 seconds, then
Yes. Want to come in handy?
it won't even stop it long enough for another charge, but if it locks them down for like 30 seconds, that would be a different thing entirely.
Find something?
So I think I want to grab everything over here, and then I should be good to leave. Another feather. I think I needed several feathers. I think Nugget was the one I was very close on.
This should come in handy. We're still a ways off, aren't we?
Not too far now.
Ringstone I know I need for upgrades. I just have the challenge here. I can also complete that one challenge that was way off that I didn't finish before. Because I actually have an ability that works for it now.
Do not say another word. I already feel like I'm in a fucking horror movie.
Maybe I'll do that after this one.
I sense a hostile presence beyond your guard.
Yeah, stay frosty. Got it. What the hell is this?
I'm not entirely sure. Careful now.
Look in a visual once the soaring plateau in order to keep nearby citizenry from danger. For you'll need to fight back a horde of marauding broken. Take out all the enemies within the time limit.
Alright, here goes.
Time to put your money where your mouth is. Are we surrounded?
Here, just need to fight our way out. Right in the sweet spot. Aw, worried you might get a little scratch?
Didn't expect it to be just all birds.
Alright!
I'd strike while the iron was hot if I were you.
Don't have to tell me twice. Woohoo, that hits the spot.
Might fancy a little taste myself.
We kinda want more of a challenge.
I'm very glad to hear it.
Come on.
It just seems like this is pretty much a test of how much have I leveled Earth Magic, other than for that one enemy that showed up.
At least somebody loves you.
Well, that's for vulnerable.
The best things come to those who wait. Tired after that little performance?
Hey, I'm always tired.
All's well then. Wonderful.
This should be easy enough.
Only never true of every battle.
Bullseye!
This looks like a good spot for this.
Right. What's the matter?
Can't fucking see straight.
I can still pain, you know.
Let me guess. Mentally, at least.
You know me so well.
Whoa!
Get a big super there.
There it is!
Almost got him.
Get in there! Right on the money! I'm getting a feel for this.
Feel like that was slow.
You certainly seem to be, yes.
Yeah, slow by quite a bit.
Alright, one more try.
Retry for that upgrade material and that one extra mana.
enthusiasm.
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already. There it is! Oh, this
There's a nice rock hit there.
Yup.
Just breathe, will you? You'll never hit anything otherwise.
Not helping. Right on the money.
Do you think you might consider getting hit a little less?
What do you think I am? Superhuman?
There's one more bird over there somewhere.
Didn't even give him time to blink.
Exactly what purpose is that ridiculous exaggeration supposed to serve?
Alright!
Look out!
That's a very big hit.
That's not doing much. Yeah. Oh.
This looks like a big one.
Looks like we're done here.
It does, doesn't it?
And this one should be a bit faster.
I'd imagine you'll have this wrapped up pretty quickly.
Yep, no sweat.
And let's just get rid of as many as I can before I go for random levels.
Felt that.
At this time, I'm just gonna go for pure time bonuses.
Not fucking bad.
Only you were always such a success.
And I got it.
Can't bring me down, Cuff.
Okay. Oh, let's... wanna go to this one. Not there. Somewhere over here is a challenge that I started but did not finish. And there it is.
Let's do this.
Suit yourself.
Okay, so it actually does seem like it ports me there. Unless when I complete it, it ports me back.
Confident?
Just gonna see how I do. Ha! We got this! Oh, damn!
Very nicely done.
Alright, what's our next move?
I don't like the look of this. That'll teach you.
Yeah, what he
Let's
said.
go for a super.
All set. Hell yeah! You were watching that, right?
Oh, absolutely. Like a hawk.
Yeah. Good night.
Night night.
Small fry are all yours.
Get out of the way.
Got you on your toes now.
Your skills are coming along.
It seems like I'm just purely doing so much more damage than before.
Oh yeah. This should be easy enough.
I think that be true of every battle.
that I'm just getting through entirely faster, but now it's just gonna be, will the last part be as easy as this?
I'd say we're at the height of our powers right now.
Then we better get to kicking some ass. This ought to be good. Ugh. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Were you counting how many asses we kicked there?
Sorry, I stopped after the first few.
Let's go for water, because I need it on these guys.
How many of them are there?
I'm gonna say a party's worth. Let's dance. All right. Try this for size.
Let's not get killed.
Agreed. You okay, Puff? My ace in the hole. Yup.
But still not a whole lot of damage.
This'll do it.
And dead.
Frank, can you hear me, Frank?
Man, 3 of those enemies is rough. So I was basically breezing through everybody else, but then I got to those 3 and then it was just a hard stop. Even using a full super on them.
Damn, what's with the enthusiasm? Don't worry, this'll be quick.
I do hope so.
Okay. Oh, this. Uh-oh. Bullseye.
Now's your chance.
On it.
Feeling good.
Better than good. I feel unstoppable.
That free heal.
Later.
I'm not sure it's very sporting to laugh.
This ought to be good. Ah. Yeah. Oh. Ah. Whoa.
Perhaps avoiding attacks would be better than
That should be all of them. Except that one who just ran over to the side.
Yeah. Oh, damn. Whoa, that was a lot.
Well, it seems to be over now.
Seems to be very reassuring. Get the fuck back!
At least somebody loves you.
Will I be able to get 3? That's 2.
What's the matter?
Can't fucking see straight.
Get out of the way.
Yeah.
Now I get 3.
Ah. Yeah. Got one for ya. Right in the sweet spot. One more round? Think I'm feeling lucky.
Well, certainly good to see some enthusiasm.
All right.
This might be a waste.
Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Kinda want more of a challenge.
I'm very glad to hear.
So yeah, the only other thing I could think of is... I can't really stop these 3 big guys.
Keep your wits about you.
Very much in the room, thanks. Smokin'. How'd you like this? We got this.
only thing I can think of is I need to make sure I get rid of these little guys first.
Come on.
Okay, yeah, so they're neutral against water.
Next one's gonna hurt.
I hope that's all it does.
Yup. Prav says hey. Wait for it. I don't mind. Keeps me on my toes.
Okay, got them all there.
Let it fly. You need to try
I
this.
appreciate less boulders.
Wait, seriously?
Why is it showing them as resistant to water?
Sprinkled some on you.
Oh, they're resistant to the fire?
Embrace the flames. Try it.
Ah, I guess I'll go with this.
Certainly looks like it'll keep the attacks at bay.
This'll do it. Yeah. Try this for size.
Nope, not working.
Bring it.
Because I didn't quite get the water ability out, but it still counted it. I feel like I almost have to wait for Thunder to even do this well. It's an attack that's only neutral is not enough to get through their health. So I'm not even going to bother for the 5-star for this one.
Specialty Alafray. You're gonna love.
I'd say now's the time to strike.
No shit. That's not doing much. Enjoy.
Look out!
Getting stuck on random just random stuff around.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Counting them why?
I'm running out of potions.
Oh, this one. How'd you like this? Ready for this?
Who are you trying to hit exactly?
That fucker right there. Okay. Yeah.
And they just kind of ignore that maelstrom.
Incoming. Oh, this one. Huh. Oh, this'll do it. I feel
It's so persistent. It feels like I don't have either the toolkit to deal with them, or I'm not supposed to do it yet.
Oh yeah! Oh come on! Huh. You okay, Prav?
So I thought that was me dying there. Oh, let's maybe go for a quick AoE steal.
Love this.
Yeah, I'm only like halfway through their health.
Ooh. There.
Like, maybe if I had more water abilities I could get through this, but it just feels like nothing stops them and they're just always on me. Like, maybe if I was doing more just random parkour hits.
Why the hell not? Too slow. Yup.
Like, I'm just about to run out of time because I can't do enough damage to them.
Try this for size.
And if I get too far, then they hurl boulders that I'm forced to dodge, and by the time I get past the boulder, it's already a problem.
Yup. Yup.
Put yourself together.
And I'm dead.
No.
This one is just bad. Because everything up until this point feels extremely easy.
Couldn't hurt, I suppose.
And then as soon as I get to those three, it feels like there's nothing I can do. It's just purely chewing through their huge health bar with magic that's bad against all of them. Like, maybe there's something I could do that does a little bit more rapid damage, like maybe Cluster Bolt. Cure status ailments and slow stamina recovery. Makes it hard for them to spot. Maybe I try that.
Alright, here goes.
Time to put your money where your mouth is. Don't panic.
Stop making me panic. Right on the money.
Now's your chance.
On it. Uh-oh. Alright. Okay. I am fucking invincible.
How hubristic of you to say so.
Oh,
Feeling good.
better than good. I feel unstoppable. Okay.
Look out.
A good time to use
Try
that.
this for size. Right in the sweet spot. All set. Woo. Ugh. Smoking. Hi.
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already. Ah. There it is.
I did forget that those are weak to fire. That would probably been a good time to build up this.
Sorry, I stopped after the first few. satisfying facing enemies of this caliber.
Yeah, it does feel kind of pointless. Gotcha!
I'd imagine you'll have it wrapped up pretty quickly.
Yep, no sweat.
Almost through the easy ones.
Are we surrounded?
Who cares? Just need to fight our way out. Bullseye! Locked in, loaded.
Needn't have worried about you coming.
Just that one over there.
Oh, you were worried about me?
Only in as much as I'm done for if you get yourself killed.
Looks like everybody showed up.
Might as well make the most of the opportunity.
Do I have to? Yeah, we got this. My ace in the hole. Come on. Oh.
It seems like if I can manage to pin one of them.
Let it fly. Got one for ya.
Again, maybe if I'm not using cluster, I can at least deal with multiple of them.
Keeps me on my toes. Try this for size. Yup. That's not doing much.
Maybe don't go charging in for a minute.
Sure.
Say I didn't think I was going to be able to avoid that one.
This'll do it. How'd you like this? Ah. Oh, come on. I think I might be getting a taste of this stuff.
There are worse habits, I suppose.
You're toast. Huh.
I wonder if like the trick is that I need to like climb on one of these pillars maybe and just kind of cheese it. Cause I don't think they can really climb up here.
This'll do it. Eat shit.
But then I still have to somehow avoid the boulders without falling off the pillar. And they do just kind of run around. Don't think that's saving me any time.
I don't like the look of this.
It might help me. At most, it might give me like a break if I need to. Like recharge something.
Yup. Enjoy.
Get out of the way.
Might want to run. Got a present for ya.
These things take time, Prav.
Oh, please. My ace in them.
Too soon.
You think?
Oh.
Try this for size.
I guess the issue with my charge shot.
My ace in the hole. Ugh, get the fuck back.
At least somebody loves you.
Only I'm talking to you.
Yeah, it seems like it can stop them from charging, which is good to know.
Thank you, Sila. Yup. This should do the trick.
I sometimes wonder what you think I'm here for.
And more boulder.
I sometimes wonder how come a little guy like you has such a good shield. Yeah.
Saw the boulder coming, but not react fast enough.
That's it. How many we got left?
Not many.
The one downside of the shot against these that I spec'd into is that it focuses on whoever I'm targeting and around them, so I can't like aim it close to me to try to anticipate where they're charging.
I'm in trouble here.
Then stop talking and heal yourself.
Stay the fuck back.
They just have so much health to get through.
I wouldn't say good exactly.
This'll do it.
I just don't know the best way to get through it.
Time to perfection.
In fact, I'm about to run out of time again.
Okay.
Yeah, every other challenge feels like, even if I'm bad against the enemies,
I take it that means I did terribly. Something along
well, I completed it, so I never have to do it again. Every other challenge feels like, even if I'm bad against the enemies, it still feels like I can get through it and still get a decent rank. That one feels like I have to have whatever magic's left. Otherwise, there's no way for me to beat it. Unless the intent is that those three enemies are so strong that there's no way for me to get rid of them normally. Meaning if I get rid of any of them, then it gives me a huge score boost. That would be my best guess.
Did you find something?
But that just seems like a not fun challenge. So that's gonna be one that I do not 5-star. Unless, like, yeah, because I still got credit for it, which is all that matters.
We might be able to take a nice picture for those kids around here.
You're the expert.
This'll be a good one.
Let's get another photo.
Nice.
Passable.
So now that I can actually fast travel, maybe I should be Looking for some of these found. This one seems to be vaguely on the way to story, so I'll do that one later. Also in Visoria. So those three are all in Visoria, so the area I'm currently in for story-wise. Let's do this one now. Let me mark it before I fast travel. Might as well mark this one too, because I'll stop there. And we go. Also, I think I need to pick up more magic quests.
In the mood for something in particular?
Let's start working on blue. Poison enemies 15 times.
This looks like it'll be worth my while.
Okay, so I need 3 enemies on spear with a single strike.
Alright, let's do this.
Build up power. I think it said while doing parkour. Let me double check that. Yeah, so while performing magic parkour, just use that ability until I do enough damage.
Another day's adventure awaits.
You make it sound like what we're doing is fun.
Forgive me for trying to lighten the load.
Don't worry, this'll be quick.
I do hope so.
I think I'm just gonna run for it. Familiar on the way. A cloak way over there. Fount, photo. Monument and challenge up there. So the main two are going to be familiar and the fount, because those are the two that I want to focus on. I will need to do some of those other ones later on. I feel like I'm having bad luck with storms. Unfortunately, I won't be able to do much while this is happening. I think I'm just going to go for the fount and try to get the familiar on the way back. Also, apparently I found the boss again. Too close to me.
Thank you, Sila. Gotta be careful.
Apparently I've lunged into one of their abilities.
Specialty out of fray.
fully charged. It does not do as much damage as I would hope.
I'm in trouble here.
I used too much parkour.
And heal yourself.
Boundaries. Got you on your toes now. Oh, shit. Huh. Try this for size. Okay. Okay. Bullseye. Ah! Whoa.
Said they were vulnerable to something, but I didn't see what it was. Maybe poison? Unless I hit somebody else by accident. Don't want them to run. If I can take out one of these. I think this is one of the things I need for one of the harder trophies.
Right on the money. Want to see a magic trick? How'd you like this?
Need a divine. I kind of expected that one.
Do not waste any energy, I'm warning you.
Not something I try to make a habit of.
Was not ready to avoid the lasers.
My ace in the hole. Oh, damn.
I think if I hit the head part, it's vulnerable.
Try this for size. Too slow.
Because that seems to be doing quite a bit of damage.
Locked in, loaded.
Okay, got him down to half.
My ace in the hole. Uh-oh. Yeah. Like that.
The big old tornado.
Yeah. Got one for ya. Here it comes. Gotcha.
Yeah, it seems like that's the area that's vulnerable. And only while they're charging.
Here it comes.
Get out of the way.
Yeah. That'll do it.
And then they just kind of spew out more enemies.
This'll do it.
Luckily, that super is pretty effective at getting rid of all the enemies as long as I can get a charge. So yeah, anywhere that seems to be charging up, I can focus on. For extra damage.
Okay. There. This'll do it. Yeah? Right in the sweet spot. This is really bad, right?
If you know that, then why aren't you doing something?
Seems like the bird enemies might be vulnerable too. Water. And I'm dead.
No. No.
Half health on what's probably one of the hardest enemies in the game is not too bad. I would have preferred it if it did not return to starting this though. Also, this is a different one.
My ace in the hole.
Immune to everything but fire.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Well, do something.
There it is.
Well, this is bad.
Fuck. Ah.
Fire against this is gonna be weird.
See something.
Do you think urgent action might be an idea?
Shut up.
Right.
And I'm dead. I need to apparently not be here because I don't want to deal with a storm. This is one thing I really don't want to do right now. I'll try one more time, and if it's still there, I'm gonna bail. Yeah, it's coming back. I'm guessing it's just because this is the area I load into, it's automatically gonna default to being here every time. Like, ideally that could be handy if I like really wanted to farm out one of the bigger enemies, but I think I'm good for now. I'm 9 hours in, I don't really want to fight a world boss before I even have all the magic types. What if I just hide out here and rest it off? Will that make it go away? Well, the music went away. I just came here to get one spell, and I'm stuck in a world boss loop.
Catch a few more Z's.
Be my guest.
I go back down.
Says the guy who can't even open the door to leave.
Why would I need to? I have you.
I could have just fast traveled over, but it's fine.
Pray, stay with me.
Damn it.
Okay, no storm coming in.
I bet one of those cool cats is nearby.
Look around then, if you must.
Almost pushed forward accidentally.
Ugh, there it goes.
Didn't mean to do that. And I'll try again. It seems like there's only one way to get up. It seems like I have to go off this ledge and then drop down, or else there's no way for me to climb.
The brake's getting thicker.
And I got him.
You're no Homer, but you're pretty damn cute.
These creatures are rather easily swayed, aren't they?
Oh, one of Tanta Prav's familiars can usually be found relaxing around avolettes, seemingly uncaught by the break. Gregoire's talent for information gathering led him to serve as Prav's chief source of intelligence on the going-ons around Athia. There's no secret he could sniff out, be it gossip around the town or top-secret military maneuverings. He even tried to dig up dirt on the Tantas themselves, but they proved too guarding for him, a fact he regrets to this day. Alright. Now for the fountain.
I'd imagine you'll have this wrapped up pretty quickly.
Yep, no sweat. I think we're close to something. So that's what I was hearing.
There's the magic. And there's a new spell. Roll even faster with a well-timed button press. Circle at just the right moment.
Did you find something?
So I know there's a bunch of other things around here. I think the only one I really want to go for right now will be that the refuge spot and the photo spot.
This one's going to be a chore.
Not the pep talk I needed.
You're too close, for goodness sake.
I can't help it. They're so fucking clingy.
Get out of the way.
Much obliged.
Well, finish the job. You don't hang around, do you?
Okay, 3 more of those, and I'll be done with the spear.
It's not much, but you never know.
Looks like the coast is clear.
Let's not get careless. Don't let them outflank.
I think I can climb up this since it's slanted to get to the photo spot. Maybe not. Not quite slanted enough. Yeah, it seems like whatever that photo spot is, it's a little bit too high for me to reach, so it might be tied to a different area. I'm guessing it's the same with the refuge spot, because it's on this very steep cliff. There seems to be no clear way up. That is Visoria, so it's probably part of the new area I'm in. Maybe I try to get rid of this cloak, just to clear out another section.
I sense a hostile presence. Be on your guard.
Yeah. Stay frosty. Got it.
And I can unmark that photo spot, because I can't reach that from here.
Come on, snap out of it.
And almost made it.
Pray.
No.
I will say I might need to look into start winding down, because I don't know if I'm super close to a major story.
This looks like a big one. Feeling good.
Wasn't ready for more enemies.
I sometimes wonder what you think I'm here for, you know.
I sometimes wonder how come a guy like you has such a good shield.
Didn't quite get 3 there.
Alright! Gotta stay in it. Ha! Just about.
That was close. I was really trying to get a health steal there, and it went real bad.
Here it comes.
And I got him.
Damn. Let's see. What do we got?
Highly decorative cloak was worn by Tanta Prav, imbued with various magical effects. It's not very descriptive.
This thing just screams Prav.
Why not try it on?
Might as well pocket this.
And one more chest.
Not the most impressive find.
Hey, freebie's a freebie.
Because I get the feeling, even though there's not a whole lot to the new story area between me and wherever the mark is, I would be a bit surprised if... Actually, that is just straight to the castle. I imagine there's going to be like another illusion section, though. Maybe
We're here.
I finish up a couple last minute checks around here, like that one and that one. And maybe one more labyrinth run, and then I wind it down to the refuge over there. At the very least, I got something to help me run a little bit faster.
This should be easy enough.
Only that were true of every battle.
Fuck yeah!
Oh, very nimble of you.
And to grab this.
How many of them are there?
I'm gonna say a party's worth. Let's dance.
Well, do something.
Oh, come on!
It's a lot of enemies all of a sudden. They are very weak to water. Maybe I should take advantage of that.
I'm thinking. Yeah. Yeah. Get the fuck back!
Maybe somebody loves you.
Oh. I'm in trouble here.
A lot of damage.
Stop and heal yourself.
Right on the money. Try this for size.
I got first strike on them because they didn't see me. I don't know how I'm spreading poison, unless the snake is still around.
This'll do it.
Does that also block my projectiles? Because if so, that's really not great.
Bullseye. Got you on your toes now.
Okay, so the snake does kind of hang around for a little while.
This should come in handy.
And I got him.
This'll be a good one.
$24 done. I'm hoping that I was mistaken about it being 50 because, although I get the feeling it is.
I always miss with motion when there's no one around, don't you?
Believe me, you're plenty of commotion all by yourself.
And now for the monument over there. I will say it does feel like, outside of story, I haven't really been getting a whole bunch of trophies. Just kind of wandering around. I kind of expected by this stream to start seeing a lot of the mid-tier ones popping in.
Did pretty good that time.
Reasonably, yes.
I almost made it up. Just kind of cheesing my way up. Well, it looks like there's another way. It's much easier.
What happens to you in all this?
Can't say with any certainty. But let's not worry about you for now. We have
And I got it.
places to be.
And more defense. So only one more. Actually, two more collectibles I wanted to grab. I grabbed the refuge on the way because I'm going to fast travel back to that after everything.
What?
No!
Also just want to make sure I did not accidentally finish any random spells.
Huh. What's this? Yeah, you like that, don't you?
Many cats just hanging around. Gonna top off my health.
You look like you slept rather well.
Would have slept a whole lot better without you whining in my ear.
A few more upgrade spots there. Overall, it's still probably much better to focus purple when I can, so I didn't realize I had a bunch of these. So that's a pretty big health buff there. So I got 93 health out of that one.
What was I gonna make again?
More medicine. I don't think it restored my health for what I just upgraded. Let me just get that 40 health back. Okay.
Alright, let's move.
Yes, we've a long way to go yet.
Ugh, mood killer. Wonder what happened here.
I hesitate to even hazard a guess.
Just think, people used to live here. Fuck. Think we might need to take a step back.
I couldn't agree more.
Resistant to fire is not the one I want right now.
This'll do it. Come and meet the guys. Enjoy. Whoa. Gotcha. I am fucking.
And I got him.
Yeah. They're incoming. Okay. Ready for some punishment? Yeah. That's not doing much. Time for a little target practice. Heads up.
I'd say we're at the height of our powers right now.
They are resistant to that as well.
Embrace the flames. Right in the sweet spot. Ooh, felt that. Ah. My ace in the hole. Huh.
One ran one over there. And I got him. Easy enough.
Yes, that's it.
I suppose it is.
Ooh, gross.
Cloak was by Tanta Olas. Resurgence in the fields. When Cuff blocks out stamina's at maximum, some of the damage received will be taken from your stamina. That's an interesting one, but
Did you find something?
basically that means that I can't dodge. Basically, I give up dodging so that damage just goes straight to stamina. Also level up.
Consumables?
I'll try not to consume them all at once.
It's just up ahead.
Uh-huh.
One chest here. And there's stairs. And then one more objective over there with the labyrinth, and I think that'll be a good stopping point after that.
There's a ton of these ruins with no roofs, huh?
Something must have hit the buildings hard.
You can say that again. Hard to imagine what could do that.
And that'll put me at roughly 10 hours. Usually what I cap out at on Saturdays. If I was being extremely optimistic, I would like to see a trophy pop on this one. Just so I know that I'm very far in labyrinths.
Ah, the calm before the storm.
So I know I've done quite a few, but I have no idea how many I've actually done. But that was a little mana spot there.
Hey, come at me! Or are you scared?
Let's show them a
Let's not miss that easy lore piece.
thing.
So this was the instruction manual.
Well, I'm afraid any useful information it might have contained is longer.
Oh yeah! Hated the Tanta. Well,
Do you think you might consider getting hit a little less?
what do you think I am? Superhuman? Oh. Let it fly! We got this!
Which way?
As long as you hurry up and decide, I honestly don't mind.
Oh, that's main pathway, so to the right
Just thinking I could use something like this.
will be optional.
You use it wisely.
Dead end.
Then I suppose we turn back.
Check this out.
Perhaps it was worth coming here after all.
Yes!
Not bad.
Only crafting for this one. Scan's not picking anything up, so it seems like that's really all that's down here. Quick check before I go. There's a bunch of magic. Nothing down there.
Here we go.
Such enthusiasm.
This is more what I was hoping for.
That's it. Incoming. I guessed that already.
I was kind of hoping to just get rid of more of the big ones. ended up getting rid of most of the ones I needed.
Got one for ya. Time for my favorite. Oh. All right. Had to work a little there.
Only a little?
Need a poison. 3 more enemies. Still need to get single strike finishes on a bunch. Need to get off this wall. And a big chest. Very hard, so if I get this one... Let's reset that. It feels like it's taking too many steps. And I was right.
Jeez, that one took forever.
Surely the universe will reward us for your efforts.
12 more coins,
Seems
and
this is
then
the
I'm
end of
safe.
the road.
Back we go.
No more random pings over there. Yeah, I think the next biggest thing I could buff would either be finishing out my current bunch of water attacks for the single target, or I grab the super. Proto Banner Snatch, so the same one I've been fighting, but smaller.
I wonder if it might be this place's guardian.
Nice.
Not getting lucky with those single strikes.
Attacks would be better than using me to fend them off.
Aw, worried you might get a little scratch? Yup. Prav says hey. Too slow.
Was I ready for him to turn on me?
That'll do it. Right on the money. Yup. How'd you like this? Got you on your toes now. There it is.
Let's just go for the win. Easy fight.
And feeling it too. This should come in handy.
Whatever you just picked up is very powerful indeed.
Because it is interesting that I can fight smaller versions of some of the world bosses that I'll need to fight. But I do not feel like they give a good impression of what the world boss fight is like.
There are nasties lurking about the place.
Better keep it close.
If I get 1 point, I can get a better super there. Or I can buy that now. They both strike in the same place the enemy can be paralyzed. Okay, so that's why enemies were stopping. I think I want to wait for at least the tier 2 of the super. Because water seems to lack a lot of area of effect, and the super seems to make up for most of that.
Is that?
Change Garments hidden away in deepest depths of a dungeon, improves critical hit rate of support magic, boosts support magic recharge speed when health is full. Had a little bit of a rough time loading out of that one. Okay. So I think that's probably where I'm going to call it for tonight. Basically meaning the next time I play this, I will probably beat the main story. Because I did see a time estimate on each of the chapters, and neither of them are super long.
Well, look who's starting to understand where humans can and can't sleep.
Rather a niche skill, I'd imagine. But thank you.
I think I did get one of my quests done. I got that one done. Got my 1 point for that one. Okay. So yeah, I think next part is going to be probably me finishing the story, but I'll probably start out by cleaning up a bunch of these magic abilities, specifically the ones that I can wander around to find. Partially because I don't want to save all of the more grindy stuff until after I finish.
Let's do this.
Can't upgrade anything there. And 2 upgrades there. And done with everything there. Okay, let's see how I'm doing time-wise. 23 hours, and I have 2 chapters left. I think including the chapter I'm in. So, probably about 25 hours for story. Granted, I'm going to be pivoting to do a bunch of side stuff, but... And also I have been doing a bunch of side stuff. So a weirdly short game in terms of story, but I feel like there's a ton of side stuff to work on still. But let's use on raid. Because I know I have not completed a single main objective yet. I see Tom is going with more Pokemon Soul Link. Maybe we can go say hi to Tom. So yeah, probably tomorrow. I would say I'm leaning towards Pokemon myself, except for Pokemon Scarlet, because I still need to finish up all the rest of the badges for that. Otherwise, I'm thinking Crisis Core Wednesday, because I've only got a couple hours left to get the Platinum for that, which is just the Secret Boss and the Final Boss. If the Secret Boss takes me more than 2 hours on hard mode, then I'm going to bump it down to normal mode just to get the trophy and beat the game. But I think for now I would like to probably do Forspoken on Saturday, because I feel like I can finish this game up within 2 streams at most. Like I imagine next stream is going to be finishing up story, and then the stream after that is going to be working on trophy stuff. But as of me tonight, go say hi to Tom, and bye-bye.